Hello and welcome back to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob and I'm joined as ever by my wonderful, intrepid, very, very brave players. That is Mike, Matt and Dom. And I will ask them the question I always ask. What happened previously on Nights of the Apocalypse?
Big breath.
That was a big breath, my goodness. My goodness.
Is it because his mouth is still full of pizza?
No, I had to stifle a burp, so I was literally about to, and I was like, hence the big pause there. I tried to mute it. I failed miserably. Scardy.
Yes.
That's the start.
Yes.
Ascadi, he's alive. Who knew? Except, fucking wasn't, was he?
No, it doesn't appear that he was.
But that was later. First, did we agree to meet him on the rooftop to hand over the birdcage?
Mm-hmm. We did.
Which we hadn't quite decided if we were really going to do or not. But as it turned out, that didn't matter.
We agreed to meet him, and in the interim, we spent a lot of time doing research.
Yes.
There was a fair amount of time, actually. It was a hefty chunk of the session doing research.
Yeah, it was like the first half, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, we found out some interesting stuff. We found out that it was, and I haven't got this in front of me, but I think I remember it was burnt oath.
Uther fumes, that's correct, yes.
Fumes was what we found. I had cross-reference from a spell that I have that does poison damage, so that was helpful. But we found that could have been put there, and obviously when he burnt his nightly treatment that he'd been prescribed, which was harmless, he didn't realise that he was setting fire to his own demise. But also that burnt earth fumes doesn't necessarily kill you, it just weakens you significantly. But we know that the spell that's going on with the fugue prism snatches the lives of those at their weakest. So you don't actually necessarily have to be dead, you just have to be almost not at death's door, and then death will
Plus,
open you in with a
he
heart.
old as fuck.
He was very old also, yeah.
Yep, old King Dactus.
Yes. What else were we researching, boys? I can't remember. We were
Delved into the Libris Mortis to see if you could learn more about the screaming dead that lurks beneath the city.
We did. We got some good rolls actually on that. We found out that it was called Caller in the Darkness.
Correct. Yes.
Which doesn't sound in any way terrifying.
Sounds perfectly normal.
Yeah, it sounds fine. Caller in the Darkness, just like, yeah. And that whilst we think that it is possibly weak to sunlight, it's only weak to sunlight, not the spell. Sunlight, that doesn't do it. It has to be actual sunlight. So that seems as though it's not viable to defeat it. We have a few ideas on how to fight incorporeal undead. Nothing entirely definitive as of yet. We're just going to get a bunch of options and try them, I suppose. Yeah. Was there something else we researched while we were there as well?
We tried to see if there was extra means to break the domination spell and the vampire version of it, to which I think we found protection from evil or magic circle against it. One of those, although might not dispel it, could potentially suppress it. So if we had, in this case, maybe Apophis. It's been a long day. If we had Apophis, we might be able to suppress the domination, if lucky, enough to get coherent answers out of him. But
so we decided definitively decided as a group, 100% done deal that we're going to kidnap him. Right?
Unfortunately.
Not sure.
100% done deal.
Yeah, totally. There was no question. We all agreed.
Yeah, I think that was the point where we then returned to the meeting point. Oh boy.
That's right. You decided Scardy had from a position of fear and suspicion had deemed it necessary to only meet one of you upon the roof, and the three of you decided that it would be a good idea for Obsidian to be the one to go up onto the roof to meet him. So Obsidian was selected to meet.
Yes, it was just
as the most charismatic, but physically weakest.
It was to try and get a really good price, which I was given a price.
That was funny.
Attempt to get. It was, but I went higher. I went significantly higher than the price, hoping that he would try and haggle it down so I could hit the price. That wasn't the actual price that was. Stated.
Whereas Rob was never going to entertain the idea.
Absolutely not. I was never. That was the point. You always go ridiculous, and then anything below that's going to seem far more approachable. I was trying to, I was trying to haggle, but this bloke wouldn't haggle.
And there's a reason for that.
He won't haggle because turns out he was a prick.
He was grinning.
He was
grinning.
He was a grin. Yeah.
With too many teeth.
That's right.
He was that guy who I now consider to be the most frustrating enemy I've ever fought in any D&D.
He just keeps getting away.
I'm sure he was proud of, to be honest, because that's his whole deal. Is strike when you aren't ready for him, and he was I think he was fairly satisfied. We also, not only did he batter the hell out of Bogran with a maximized vampiric touch attack, he also landed a devastating hit for the second roll against you guys on the critical hit table, which ravaged Silaster's strength and constitution. What was that like? Do you remember?
Yeah, as far as I remember, the spike chain just wrapped around Silaster and cracked.
Teeth and steel.
Shredded. Every part of his body was ruptured, coughing up blood. He was as strong as he was charismatic, just as an indicator for how bad it was. It was
as low as his charisma score. Good.
The only thing that worked in Silaster's favor is his dexterity governs most of his attacks, so he wasn't completely ineffective, or he was close. He was close to being killed on several occasions.
Yes, it was absolutely gnarly. Brutal. And then we started to win. Then what did he do?
The second we turn the table on him, he
ran away. Like a little bitch.
We should really take steps to prevent that.
I don't know how, but sure. I have no idea how to prevent that from happening.
Well, we have a scroll of dimensional anchor, but I don't think that would have actually stopped him from... Because he turns incorporeal, doesn't he?
Yes, he doesn't teleport, he turns into mist.
Yeah.
There must be a counter for mist form somehow. I know that mist can't travel, because it's still a substance, mist, so it can't travel through things like force walls or whatever.
Even stone walls.
Yeah, if it's thick enough, I don't think he can... But like, if there's a little gap, he can still get away. So what we need to do is... lock him in a room with us. You don't understand.
A room with no windows or doors.
Seal the doors with cork. There we go. He's not going anywhere. Just
with cork. We're also not breathing, but...
Yeah. Well, that just adds a nice little time limit to the...
Well, speaking of time limit, one of his things he left had a note from Nemorator, which was the other name for...
Derek.
Which was something along the lines of something happening for the funeral. Like, something is going to happen whilst people are distracted by the funeral. It was very vague, but basically saying, use the funeral.
Yeah. It
As
sounds a
cover
little
for
bit
something.
like you've got everyone together, right? For the funeral, everyone's going to be gathered in the streets. It's a big event. If you want to attack everyone all at once and take the city, be the perfect time.
Yeah.
Which I suppose raises the question: do we keep that to ourselves as a concept, or do we want to get outside agency involved, like the guard, or like the up aboves?
Well, that's things to consider, but we know that Grin was seen in one of Ansel's. Well, Ansel knows that Grin was seen underground in one of his visions.
I think you would have shared that, to be fair.
No.
He did, I think. I think briefly you did say, "Oh, I saw Grin."
Yeah. But we do know there is something underground, hence why we started more research. And I think what we're starting today is in terms of purchasing items for a potential deal. But yes, a few things after the fight, took themselves to Corellan Larethian's shrine in the city where Silaster, I don't say struck a deal, but put himself indebted to religious entities, which I don't think was on his agenda, but he was not in a good place.
You could argue very much that not so much a religious entity, but a force of nature when dealing with Corellon, and the gift of healing from nature itself is one that has to be balanced in some way. And yes, a worshipper of Corellon kind of hinted that despite your physical wounds being healed, she made mark, Silaster, that some wounds within may not be healed in such a way.
Yes.
And then, what did that lead us to? You sort of split up then, didn't you? The next day after you rested?
Well, you guys went shopping, which
is
that what we're gonna start with?
But
so
before, so you went off. So Bogram and Ansel went off to go shopping. Silaster said, "Well, I'll go to drop off this missive from Thanley, which has been outstanding for a while."
Yes, because Silaster using the missive as a means of getting into, close to the Dragon Guard, mainly wanted to negotiate a deal to get into the Tower of Elvenkind for his upcoming job. But being as charismatic as he is, he was trying to build up to it, and he got to the point where he was about to say, "I need some help, I need a favour," when the doors of the garrison erupted open with the voice, something along the lines of, "We have been beckoned to cleanse this city," or something along those lines, and it was the Shin Smashers. Watch.
Yes, the
And
order.
we're on the map, but we're not there.
Correct. You're on the map so you can see.
Thank you. But this means this is really bad, because if this turns into combat, Silaster's totally on his own.
And that is where we return back to our story, back to our heroes, the strangers, and as we rightly say, back to Silaster, who is isolated, but for the company of the Dragon Guard, and that's right, 3 members, it seems, of the Watch. As he had entered, you're absolutely right. Knight Captain Lanka, who you had met once before upon the road, investigating a body that had been robbed of many teeth, had sort of sized you up a little bit before. But as he walks into this room now, accompanied by Knight Captain Fogwill and one other, also seemingly armoured and helmed. He walks in directly towards Knight Commander Danico, who seemingly have similar ranks, or ranking names at least. And he says, "You'll have to forgive me, Danico. This is only a passing visit, but I wanted to deliver this missive to you personally." And he holds out this scroll sealed with a glimpse. Silaster, you see the symbol of the Castle of Valdenor. You know this to be a sigil that's only used by a few members of authority. You notice that this same sigil was marked all of the letters that the first voice had signed off on. And as Lanka had suggested as he entered, that they had answered the call of the first voice, and he hands over this missive sealed with that authority. Danico snatches the parchment and unravels it with a snap of the seal. And he says, "I will save you the trouble of reading the details, Danico. That is a decree, a commission for the city to be under watch. We view it as our civic duty to help protect the city in this troubled time." Danico looks at the members of the watch with stern, fiery eyes, and he says, "The city is protected." "Really? I hear there's been a rise in violence. Death is abroad." No. This sounds like a commission. Made for the watch. Made for me and my brothers. We shall be holding guard across the city, as you can see, authorized by the first voice who speaks in the name of the fallen king. Danico is just boring fiery holes into Lanka's head, and he looks to Knight Captain Fogwell, the always silent sort of right hand of Lanka, never removes his helm. And then he looks to another, a much younger member of the watch, who has removed his helm. Has a, you'd say he had a boyish face if he didn't look so stern. And it is then that Lanka's attention shifts. His eyes drift towards you, and he says, "I recall your face. I believe we had the pleasure of meeting upon the road east of here, or northeast of here."
Yes, there was a case of a unsolved killing, which a friend of mine, whose line of work it is to treat the dead, was enlisted to support.
Most intriguing. It was those killings that drew us to the fair walls of Valdenor. It has been some time since any of my company have marched here. It seems that we are drawn along a similar path.
Yes, yeah, very similar, yes. Just, look at this map, yeah.
Just gonna climb on this table. Don't mind me.
He'll hold your gaze, and you will see that the corners of his cruel mouth curve as like you seem to want to sort of deflect and want to hang back, and he will say, as I said, a passing visit, Danico, but be sure to understand that where there is corruption, where there is chaos, where there is need, the Watch will be waiting to answer. And with that, he withdraws with his company. Fogwell is the last to go, who silently looks through the black slit of his visor and appears to look straight through you, Silaster. And then they're gone.
Yeah, Silaster relaxes a little. I don't think the character fully understands how impactful they are, but they definitely carry an aura of, for lack of a better description, that there is an aura of fear. There is reason to be scared of them. Not the same as, obviously, Bogram's aura of fear, the literal, but he can feel the presence is not good. And he relaxes a little as they leave. And seeing this, we'll just move closer to here. Danico, now they've left, may I speak?
Danico is like staring furiously at the door, and he will say, things have certainly gotten to a point if they have been given authority to hold martial law of these streets. Speak.
Off the record.
He will look with like you see like a practiced look of suspicion when that sort of question is asked. This is a man you can tell is loyal to a vault, almost not to a vault actually, to his virtue. But looking at you, you see him sort of like calculate. Well, his mental gymnastics is, generally speaking, he wouldn't talk off the record, but he knows, as you've just had the conversation about your helping the Arrowhead, that you and the rest of the strangers effectively helped liberate that area by yourselves. So he could give a nod at that.
I believe we can help each other. But, well, be that supporting each other, not necessarily against the Watch, but as respective parties to our job, to our duty to this city. As you may not be aware, but one of our trio is resident here, so we carry a lot of duty to this place. We are doing some investigations, and I would ask two things. One, I need access to a tower, specifically the Tower of Elvenkind. Another, how to put this? We are tracing a lead, and the lead runs very high. We can get answers, and we can look to put motions in place with you to re-establish order. But we would have to ask you to turn a blind eye.
Speak plainly.
No one.
What is it you would have from the Dragon Guard? What would you have us turn a blind eye from?
We must speak with Apophis. And to say it goes that high, please understand, we would not make such a request if we did not have fairly concrete evidence of corruption.
He will look at you, and he won't need to do a sense motive. He knows that you're telling the truth. He will look to it, the two Dragon Guard that accompany him, one of them being Creed, and he will know that he can speak freely, like he has nothing to hide. I have voiced my concerns to my men. It would appear that the man who holds the highest law in this city is compromised in some way. The king said as much to me. It was the last thing I heard before he died. As I was the one who failed to protect him. I would often be stationed within the castle, within the mighty halls of white stone. But because of this failure, I shall remain outside of those walls until the new king has arrived. When he is made king. And then I shall have his judgment. You ask to speak with Apophis. My oath forbids me now to go beyond the walls, so I personally will not be able to prevent you in this regard. I can have word be sent to my Dragon Guard, but not to the Castle Guard. They answer directly to the first voice. But I can ensure that I can provide you with times that you'll be able to speak with Apophis. But know this, if you mean the first voice harm, we are still bound by an oath to protect him.
No harm will come physically, but to the corruption that is possibly infiltrated, that is a different matter.
There is a fell power that has gripped this city. You'd be a fool not to realize it now. The days have grown dark. The shadows long. You will have this opportunity to speak with him. I have friends in court. He maintains many of the duties of the former king. He holds counsel with the members of court. It could be that you are introduced to the court and be the first to arrive. But you will have to swear to me. Swear what you speak, that no harm will come to him. He will be watched constantly.
No harm will come to him. It may appear, but no harm. That, unless provoked, you have my word.
And you have mine, for all the good it does, for I find my honour compromised. Do I serve the city, or do I serve the royal draconic bloodline of Valdenor? There's a question I will have to put to the Prince Randon, on his arrival. Word will be sent when this is arranged. It will require careful planning and cannot be turned around as swiftly as I would like. You speak of the other matter. You wish access to the Tower of Elvenkind. It is a place of mystery, secrets known mostly to that of your kin. I wonder, despite your heritage being linked, what cause you would have to ascend that tower.
I guess this is going to be a bluff check.
Oh yeah, it certainly will, yeah.
Silastra takes a moment. Knowledge.
The secrets of your kin, and we'll see if he believes you with a bluff check. The veteran upholder of justice in the city. Could he see through this ruse, I wonder? Okay.
Lying to a lawyer. -3.
He will say knowledge. What knowledge can you find in this tower that you cannot find elsewhere? This does not appear to be aligned with what we are discussing.
Silastra will lower his hood. You may not know, but where I am from, we are small of numbers. My kin tread the teeth of the world. We live on the apex of the summit as we kiss the sky. I know very little of my kin that reside in the forests, the glades.
I see this as a personal matter to you. Roll a diplomacy check.
Oh, God!
It's the same. It's exactly the same.
While I have a respect for your wish to increase your knowledge of your own people, I fear that there are more pressing matters at hand within the city. We are in the grips of a terrible power. While, perhaps, the power of your people could assist us, I'm afraid you may have to be a bit more specific before I warrant your access to a tower that only few may walk within. You're allowed one more attempt to do something.
Tell him the truth.
He's not about to say, I'm scoping out an assassination target. No, he will...
Alright, fine.
You got me. Okay, he'll do another diplomacy, which is... I seek to know my kin better, the peoples better, my race better. I am not good around people, and that includes my own kin. And you'd think somebody with over a century under their belt would be better, but unfortunately, we as a race are far too secluded to be used to such social and cultural interactions. So anything more I can get whilst the opportunity is here to bolster my knowledge and myself.
Roll it up. Okay, it's rolled.
That just came out as people.
I appreciate that your hunger for knowledge is perhaps unsettling your disposition, he notes your sort of like nervous like explanation of why you want to go to this tower, and for such a vague reason as well. He says, "The Tower of Elven Kindness, I'm sure you're aware, is the westernmost tower. You can see the snarewood from its lofty heights. Perhaps that if your service is true, and if your service is true, and you're able to bring about a safer city due to your interactions with the First Voice, I'll have it seen that you are personally given access to the Tower of Elvenkind."
I appreciate the generosity, and I understand it is a selfish request amidst greater conflict. So I do respect.
Very well. Well, I have much to do, as it seems. Do you? I will bid you farewell unless there isn't anything else that you would bring to my attention.
Salaster will raise his hood. Heart guide you. And he will leave to meet up with the others.
Very good. As you leave the garrison, you pass beneath the walls and begin your journey back in the direction that you came. As you pass through the gates, a figure swoops to the side of you, and you just suddenly feel like you are not surrounded, but set upon. The watch, it seems, have been waiting. Lanka, now fully helmed, will approach. And he will say, "It is curious what a stranger from the wilds would have with the Knight Commander of the Dragon Guard. What is your purpose here, elf?"
Quite simply, we had to deliver a missive. From Thanley to the Knight Commander.
He nods. "The Book of St. Cuthbert. It preaches that pain lies within the heart of all great lessons." His cudgel in hand, he leans in and rests it on your shoulder.
You feel in control.
"If you so much as breathe in a manner I find to my distaste, you will learn prolifically from our teaching."
Silaster takes a moment. He looks at Lanka. And then Silaster just remembers every part. The shape of his armor, the shape of his helm, the colour, the tone of the armor. Every part about that. Silaster is burning Lanka into his memory. And then through gritted teeth almost. "Very well." And then gives a nod and goes to walk away.
They don't follow. Bogram, Ansel, you have spent most of the day going back and forth, looking at various places, and your choice of shop actually falls upon a place that has been recommended to you. You know you'll be able to do quite a lot of selling here, and you might be able to buy some valuable products here as well. A place called Agoshi's Armory, or Agoshi's Armaments to others. That was suggested to you a long time, and now it is here that you find yourselves. You step into this particular establishment that apparently has its own music. And you walk in, and there is a thick curtain of mist and smoke. The smells of a forge meet your nostrils as you enter. Can the pair of you please give me a spot check, please?
Oh, we can certainly try.
I'll give it a go, like.
11.
2.
Standard.
Start as one means to go on.
Ansel, you don't see any detail. All you see through the smoke is suddenly a beaming red light that seems to pierce the mist, pierce the smoke for a moment. And then you hear a rumbling sound as if machine parts are grinding together, steam pouring from valves. And then you see it. A massive construct of some kind appears to be looming over you and Bogram. The steam clears, and now, Bogram, you see it as well. You see the top half of what you think is a Warforged. It is seemingly fused into the counter of this magic shop, where it appears to revolve around, working on magical items and weapons, and it brings up a massive fist with a blade that appears to retract from it. And he says, "Pathetic mortals, prepare to die in single combat. Redacted. Prepare to buy at the very best price."
Reforged.
Played.
"Greetings, timid like-forms, and welcome to Agoshi's Armorants. Behold my wrath. I mean wares."
Okay.
Love it.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So here is a place where you'll be able to sell whatever you like and buy pretty much whatever you like if they appear on the rolls. So I have the sheets as well that I'll have.
Cool.
Somewhere. So first of all, then, let's get to selling, because I imagine you'll want to spend some of that gold. Let's look at
Selling.
what we have. Yes.
Selling, we've got like a list.
You do, yes.
Yeah, I highlighted some objects, but
You did, and I'm happy to sell all of those objects that are on there. I have 2 things I think that I can sell. No, one, just the one. But it's very dependent, as this is an armament place, on what kind of... are we looking at selling literally anything to this behemoth? The question is, will he buy a wand? Will he buy a ring?
Your
We
destruction
sell
is
on.
inevitable. Your satisfaction is inevitable.
Good lord. I'm sure he's always been a delight. Just, yeah. Oh, man. Okay.
Do we recognise where he's come from? Like, presumably he's been repurposed.
Yeah,
in
you
this.
can certainly you can give me
Yeah.
a.
She's been repurposed, but not perfectly. Clearly,
Yeah.
it's a sort of patch job, which I love.
You can give me a knowledge arcana.
Ooh, I can't.
Well, we
That's my
can both do
speciality.
that. Sith Lords are mine.
Oh wow!
21 and 26.
Both of you have heard that, of course, constructs and entities like this exist across the land. Though there were rumours that long ago that there were a race of constructs that were blessed with sentience. Some believed that powerful wizards brought them into being. Some believe that the dwarves of the Undercroft of the ancient days forged them to help them to protect against the Underdark. The exact story isn't known fully, but you know that this construct appears to be a very, very old one that may yet belong to one of those constructs from ancient days. You also heard a rumour, Bogrum with the 26, the DC was 25 for a bit more. You know that some of these Warforged were actually intrinsically linked to each other, which would make them formidable opponents in battle, and also shrewd salesmen if they were to set up a linked shops in various different cities that share the same sentience, you might say.
Of course, yeah.
So,
yeah, that links to a previous game. Well done. I like it. Very good. Very good stuff.
So, that is.
If only we had a device that we could use to control them, and we'd just take all of his money.
The whole of the Ghost Shoes trade would be yours, but alas. We'll move to selling then. So,
yeah, how do you want to do this, man? Like, we've got a list of bits. And
what's the total of that stuff that you wanted to sell? We can just bang straight away, done. Buy the gold.
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? I don't think we've got a set total. We've got a list of things that we want to sell, and then look up a total. So we're gonna have to look at them.
Okay, I have it here. The ones
individually
highlighted in
and
yellow.
add them up. Yep.
Oh, we're gonna have
Glove
to
of
get the
Storing,
prices.
Restful Crystal, Masterworks, Studded Leather Armor.
Okay,
I'll tell you what.
Keep them all.
I'll do.
If you want.
So, Rob, why don't you do the top three?
Okay.
Look up the top three that are in a clump. I will look up the ones in the middle because I'm at the computer anyway. And Dom, can you look up the ones at the bottom two?
Yep.
We'll just go for market value and then we'll haggle if we need to.
Well, how's about I'll do a haggle roll on the total, and you can see if you want to.
I'm going to do it on my phone, so I'm not clicking back and forth. Oh, it's a shame that you don't want to keep the Glove of Storing. The Glove of Storing's cool.
I can't actually remember what the Glove of Storing does.
I thought about it, and I don't think we're ever in a position at the moment.
It's one of those where you can summon an item, a small item, into your hand from the glove. It's like it's its own summonable pocket dimension in the glove.
Like Alden, that was really useful for, because he could just all his tricks.
Yeah, all the knives, a knife in there, like a hidden blade, a scroll, a wand. It is quite handy.
Somebody might want to check.
That is 10,000 gold pieces for the Glove of Storing. So
The Friend Shield rings is 50,000 apparently.
yes, I remember us having a bit of a oh my god moment when we realised the value of that. Yeah, 50,000 for the.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
We will obviously haggle because that might not be a value that Agoshi's armories can make. We will see.
And then I think we've misspelled the bottom one, the Gloves of the Uldra Servant. I think it should be Uldra Savant.
It is Uldra Savant. Yeah.
There we go.
I was in a rush.
Whatever. You thought it was Servant.
Restful Crystal is only 250 gold pieces. And then Masterwork studded leather should be fairly easy to find.
Okay.
Let's see.
So the three in the middle are worth 3,900 altogether.
3,900 altogether. Okay. Okay. Studded leather, medium is 50 gold pieces with the masterwork added on top.
I believe. Think that adds 300.
3 or 350. I can't remember which. We'll say 300 because it'll knock a bit of gold off it.
Do you know what? I've actually got the book open on items, so I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
But I can. Masterwork adds chain shirt, blah blah blah. It actually only adds an extra 150.
So that's 200 gold pieces for the masterwork then.
So yeah.
What was your total, Dom? Do you have it yet?
53,100.
Shit.
Wow. Okay. So let's just do the normal total, and then we will see how much you actually get for that, because that's a lot for that one thing.
So 53,100.
Yeah, that's for the gloves of the Ultras font as well. But
And how much was yours, Rob, altogether?
That is 10,250 and another 200. So I must have to do that all over again now. Never mind.
Everything all together, 67,450.
67,450. Gotcha. Right. The machine, the Warforged, doesn't look like he'd be one for bartering, but let's see how well we can.
I mean, I'll give it a shot. It's
Give it a
just
deal.
it's going to always just be diplomacy, isn't it, when it comes to this sort of thing? And diplomacy is one that I'm not very good at. And I'm not going to
intimidate him.
I'm not going to try and intimidate him, because look at the screen, Dom. That looks. It reminds me a little bit of the robot out of the original Judge Dredd movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is terrifying. That thing was a puppet, but it was so horrible. It used to scare me as a kid. Right. Diplomacy. Yeah. Very average. 19.
So
Well, average, it's all right, but it's
he
not
will
great.
he will happily pay for all of them. And he will say as such, all of those valuables shall be mine for a fair price.
Very good.
But he goes redacted, and he can't accept the one that is valued as 50,000. That will have to go to a collector of some kind.
Right. Okay, so it's going to be then 17,450 altogether.
If you are willing to go down as much as half, he will buy it off of you there now, here and now, though. That's at half price.
if we can get a collector, we might get more than full price.
Yeah, that's a toughie. Oh, half the 50,000.
Half the 50,000, it will be taken off your hands.
Oh
immediately.
no, I don't think. I think, to be honest with you, I would rather do a search of the city, try and find a collector, and get a better price. And just because 17,450, that covers. It's more than what we need at the moment. I'd rather just go with that and
Okay.
try and get more for those rings if they're worth that. You know, if you guys agree with that, I don't think we are in desperate need of money at the moment. So.
Very good then. So what is the total then instead, if you're taking that off?
17,450, which, if we're just dividing it between the three of us, chaps, a tiny amount is going to have to go to charity. Obviously, this shop does some sort of, you know how in Tesco it asks you if you want to just round it up to give to charity?
Yeah.
It's 5,816.66667. I reckon the 66667 goes to charity. because I don't want to do maths.
There is a little tin next to Agoshi, who it's a collecting tin for homeless halflings.
It's specific to halflings.
Halflings made homeless due to the recession in one of the Penny Kingdoms.
Oh no!
Wow.
Yeah, ill tidings
Wow.
for the north.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't know they're in such trouble up there.
Something's happened there that's just gone crazy, and a lot of them
the Penny Kingdoms. 'Tis a silly place.
Tis a silly place.
It is a silly place.
So there we
There's
go. Then
always
you can
been
add that to your total. I will now ask then: is there anything that you guys have in mind that you'd like to put your money towards? We did suggest thinking about it before the session. Did you have any thoughts?
A wand of inflict wounds.
Whoa. Okay. Is that serious?
I don't know if that exists. Yeah, we need something for Bugram.
this is the Didn't I get? No, I didn't. But that would be very helpful. Yeah.
Oh, is it a healing
don't-
option? Genius.
It only needs to be a minor. It just needs to be minor. It just needs to knock me back above, and I can immediately go and heal myself. But yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look then. A wand of inflict wounds.
I couldn't find it anywhere, so I don't know if such a thing can exist.
Maybe. Yeah. It's
Scroll probably, but
because it's a divine. Does it have to be like a scepter or something like that? Or like
No, it's the same. It is divine. It's the same as a wand of cure, like wounds. It would be the opposite, basically. It's exactly
You
the
have to
same.
hold
It's
it.
the opposite.
You have to hold
It's
it like
just-
this.
It's just that you wouldn't necessarily. So it could be in a wand. The spell is the same level. It's the same thing. It's just.
That's a good
I'd
idea. Right.
imagine a scroll is probably.
I'm going to say that the wand will be available because you're absolutely right. It is basically the antithesis of the other spell. However, due to its slightly nefarious nature, I think that'll have put the price up a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Let's bring up the table then. So how much is a cure? You want cure light? Or sorry, inflict light? Or moderate? Or what do you want? Which one are you going for?
How many charges does it come with? Because
Light. You don't need more than that, really.
I don't know. You could use it as a healing thing in a pinch.
most wands brand new are 50.
Oh, no, cleric. Yeah, so this can be used by divine as well. Yeah, of course it can because it's a that kind of spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I'd say get something. Get a
Oh,
decent.
hang on, I've got it. I've got inflict. There is an inflict critical wounds I've got, so there must be inflict.
Yeah, of course. So that is. I'm just trying to see the value. So, if you want moderate, generally speaking, is 4,500 for the healing version. Cure light wounds.
750.
750.
I would suggest that would be better, guys. I have the ability, magic wise, to heal myself as
Yeah,
soon
but
as
it's
I'm
whether-
awake.
But can you heal a lot?
Yeah,
As soon
I
as
mean,
you're
I
awake?
can. Yeah, I can immediately do a cure critical wounds,
Assuming you've got the spell slot.
an inflict. Sorry, critical wounds. Assuming I've got the spell slot, but at least I can.
Right, before anything
Leg
else
it.
then, before we go down that rabbit hole, let's see first of all if there is one available at Agoshi's Armory. So for this, it's 70%, so
Obviously, we're only going to have one roll, so as you asked, you do it. I don't trust my rolls.
Well, that's fair.
that's perfect, so there is one available. Oh, sorry, that wasn't...
No, that's the previous
Oh, okay, now.
one moment.
Okay.
We almost did a D1000 there. That would have been fun. 35.
Perfect, there we are. So you're able to find one, and that will cost you 750 gold pieces. I was going to add a bit more onto it, but I'll just say that because of the vast amount that you've already traded, you'll get it for 750.
Amazing. So Ansel's. I mean, I will say you better off keeping hold of it, because obviously, if I go down in combat, that's what it's sort of for, and you're the one that's going to need to be using it. Do you sell potions?
Yes, there are potions galore. They are all brewed in accordance to keep you snivelling mortals breathing. I mean healthy.
I have two potions that I am looking for.
Then speak.
One is Eagle's Splendor. As always, we're looking for Eagle Splendor.
Okay, Eagle Splendor.
Is 300 gold pieces on the list.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what was the other one? Just so I can write it down and then go back to the list.
The other one only needs to be a +1 because it just needs to add the magic effect, but it is a Magic Fang potion. Potion of Magic Fang. And that is for Silaster because that will make his fists magical.
Make his fists furious.
Silaster did put in a request.
Yeah, we'll say
did you?
Silaster's given you...
Oh, well, all right, fair enough.
Whatever he
I
wants
totally
as well.
forgot, but I
So don't worry about the Magic Fang, because I'll do that in a sec, because Silaster would have put a request in for a few.
So Bogram then will go for the
all right,
Eagles.
that's fine. We'll still, ask about it. We're still going to try and find it for you. We'll just, if you're going to...
You'll go for Eagle Splendor then, and he says you are unable to defend yourself against the quantity and quality of such goods.
I'm in love with him. I think he's great. Eagle Splendor. I don't have the table.
Yeah,
up in
no.
front
So
of
I've got
me.
it right here. So Eagle Splendor, what level? Sorry, how much? It was 300, right?
It's 300. Yeah,
80% in the Metropolis. So don't roll over 80.
81.
Oh,
you don't have
my
it
word.
Sake.
because I can always be counted on, boys. I can always be
Play
counted
the
on.
land.
Cheers.
I've got one if you're desperate, Matt. I can use it more than me. So if you,
Yeah, I've got it written down, but I've crossed off both of my tally marks, which means I have a slot for it, but I don't have any. Use them both.
yeah. So
I
have
used
got
it
one.
against Grin, and then didn't
81,
actually get an
my God.
attack after that, so it was an entire waste.
Savage. Okay.
Just sold out.
Truly gutted. Never mind. That's absolutely fine.
Well then,
Just wondering if there are any other potions that we might want to look for that are going to help us against this.
while you look through that, then we will sort of do a jump back in time to whatever Silaster was saying. So we'll go to Silaster. What was it that you were requesting then, and we'll just do it directly with you. Let's do it.
So Silaster was going to say, because these are useful, 4 Magic Fang potions and 1 potion of invisibility.
Gotcha. Do you happen to have the costs of those to hand?
I do. Magic Fang, just the basic one, only 50 gold.
Oh, perfect. So that is the basicness. So that is available. Magic Fang is just automatically available because it's so common. So you will just have that. That's 100%. So
Then there'll be 4 of those.
yeah, 4
so that's
magic
200
fangs
gold.
then. So 200 gold, sure.
And then 1 invisibility, which is 300 gold.
300.
What's
well
the difference
below.
between Magic Fang and Greater Magic?
Magic Fang's +1.
Yeah,
And greater Magic Fang is +2, +3, +4, +5.
Oh, Greater Magic Fang says +1. Greater Magic Fang +1. That's weird.
Oh, but greater Magic
Fang
Fang
must have a different effect.
can also affect all natural attacks. So if you have a bite and a slam and a tail and wings, greater Magic Fang boosts all of them. Magic Fang just does 1. So for Silaster,
But you only need it for the fit. Right, got you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I just...
yeah. No, it's good to know.
was
Good to
in the dark.
differentiate
Very
these
good.
things. So let's see then. With 300 gold pieces for the Magic Fang... Sorry, not Magic Fang. For invisibility, that's an 80% find for the Metropolis.
let's see. The complete opposite. 8118. So
Yeah, that's fantastic. So yeah, for 300 gold pieces, a potion of invisibility is yours.
in that case, I will just take 500 off the gold we've done earlier, and that's all the potions that Silaster would have requested.
Offers to die for!
I would like to ask if he has got... I would like 4 of them, if at all possible. I'm looking for potions of lesser restoration.
Wow, we got the price there.
300.
80%
same.
then. Yep.
Yeah, same thing. Let's go. Do you know what? It's one of those days.
Oh,
It's fine. It's fine. There's other.
You know,
places.
listen. In the logic of the
Right.
game, you have spoken to someone else who was able to provide those potions because you bought from them before. So we'll
did,
say
yeah.
that you quickly nip round the corner and see if he has any. Roll it again.
I don't want to roll it again because Roll20 is being mean to me. Right, hang on.
So you nip round the corner to the.
Oh, it's under 80. Yes.
It
That
is
was
to
close,
your
though.
relief, Bogram, as you rush around the corner up to the Path of Faith, where the renovation of those temples are still going on. You find the former Sun Warden, or maybe current Sun Warden, you don't know, and you're able to purchase some lesser restoration potions. How much are they?
They are 300 each.
Oh, of course
so
they
4
are.
would be
300, yeah.
1,200 for 4, which I'll happily take off of my total. It's for all of us in case we get hit with the attacks again.
A
and we can do them
handy
on the spot,
donation to the cause of Pelor. This will go towards the reunification of our
This was
fine
a-
temple.
I want to try and I want to fight. Actually, Pelor, I'm going to stay where I am because I don't think there's any more potions I want. Carry on with Ansel if there's any more potions, and I'm going to try and chat to the Pelor people
Okay,
in
we'll
a
jump
minute.
back to anything else from Agoshi's armaments before we move on.
The only thing would be something that would make the creature hittable. But I don't know what that would be, and I wouldn't want to bet a game and search for it. So
we do have a oil of bless that you can use on your scythe.
I can use it on my scythe, but I have magic hands.
Oil of blessed
Yeah, but
weapon is
your hands are magic,
100.
exactly. So if you are
Yeah.
able to hit, you will hurt it, but it's just whether you can hit is the issue.
Yeah, that's the issue.
50-50 is better than a flower. No, though.
Exactly, everyone's pretty
Yeah.
much going to be dealing with that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Anything else then?
I don't believe so.
Not in the
me.
shop, but I'm
So
in
as
the Pelor.
as you leave Agoshi's armaments, one final word from the Warforged. He gives you like a great wave with like a massive blade that juts out of his arm, and he says, "Bargain for your life. Redacted. Bargain of your life. Come again."
He's
What a
very
pleasure.
cool. Very cool.
Sinastra and Ansel, you're able to rejoin Bogram, and he stands before this this Sun Warden, and yeah, he awaits your further custom.
So, is this? So this is a church. Is it the church of Pelor?
I have taken to standing before the plaza of the temple whilst the great work is being completed.
Okay. I'm going to say to this chap, I run a business. It is a business that deals with our dearly departed, and in the course of my work in preparing the bodies that are brought to me for their final rest, I am required to follow certain traditions to do with their faith, and to do this I am in desperate need of a fair quantity of holy water. I was wondering if we could work out some sort of deal on holy water.
For a donation, I will be able to sanctify, bless any water that you would bring before me in the light of Pelor and his radiance.
Okay. Again, now this comes down to you, Rob. Basically, holy water
there is a thing to do this. I'm pretty sure that there is a power that
yeah.
you can actually use to bless water, but I don't know off to hand.
Or,
So-
well, it's in the items. It's a basic item
Yeah,
that you can
how
buy.
much is holy water, basically? Yeah.
25 gold pieces per flask.
Okay.
Per flask can, and it does basically a bit of extra damage to undead. It works like it's super weak to alchemist fire, but chip damage, and it does work. But chip damage, but you have to be right next to it because obviously it's incorporeal. It won't smash the bottle, so you have to have the bottle open and go like that.
We could
But
use
it
some
does.
force on it.
But it does do extra damage, and if you could get a bunch of it, I figured that might be helpful if it comes down to it, because I'm not sure what sort of damage I'm going to be able to do.
Well, he will say, for as many blessings as your donations can bring, I will bless many vials of water for you. So effectively, if you want to pay 25 per holy water as per just the equipment, then fine by me. He'll be able to do that for you.
Okay.
How many?
So if I was to say buy 15 of those,
Yeah, that's fine. And because it's
the
below the
375.
value, we automatically get it on the table anyway, so it works out.
Cool. Because that way, if it feels like we're just wanting to do a bit of chip damage, it's assured. I think holy water will automatically do damage. It's just hard to actually hit with it. It won't break, but it's a little bit. So
Great. If you make sure you have the rules
gonna
to
take
hand
that
when
off.
you use it, because I'll have to refresh myself. I believe it's just like a slash weapon or something.
it's just a ranged touch attack. Normally the range is 10 feet, but if it's an incorporeal creature, you have to be adjacent to it. So you have to be
next to it
in melee range.
Boom. Gotcha.
But it's still a ranged touch attack, and it would do 2d4 points of damage.
Perfect. Good to know. Okay, yeah. So the Sun Warden will like beckon you, and because it's still sort of like, well, it's a new day really. So we're coming to like late morning at this stage. The sun is rising above the path of faith, and he stands upon like a mosaic floor. Before it, there's like a great gushing fountain that appears to reflect the light of the sun. And he pours vial after vial after vial for you, holding it before the sun and consecrating it in the name of Pelor, bright with sunfire. And soon, on your possession, you have many vials of holy water ready to be sprinkled onto the undead at a moment's notice.
I will do five each. Then,
Great idea.
boys, of holy water. That way we can all do a little bit of chip damage when we want to.
Perfect. Okay. So with that, then, is there anything else you wish to do with your mid-morning?
Well, you said Silaster caught up, so he's going to break the news to the two of them.
Yes, of course.
As exchange of potions and gold happens, I had to investigate a few matters of my own, but I saw an opportunity with Danico. We mentioned about Apophis, and if we can wait a couple of days, Danico can potentially provide us with an opportunity to get close to Apophis, so long as we don't hurt him willingly.
Physically, or
I did say we won't hurt him physically.
The plan is not to hurt him. The plan is to free him.
As much as we can.
We want to try
However,
and, do the good. This is good. We want to break him out of his entrapment, of his...
That being the case, we must put Apophis on hold for a little longer. But
That's fine.
when is the funeral? How long do we have?
8 days.
I, personally, I don't know about you guys, am feeling slighted by one particular individual
Hmm.
who I really, 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 really want to kill. And I think that particular individual is probably licking his wounds beneath the city. That's where we were told that he'd been seen. And I think the only way we're going to stand a chance of getting down there is killing its guardian. I think we need to try and get on that.
Agree. But I must give you another fair warning. You remember when we bumped into the Watch on our journeys?
Vividly.
Thanks to our dominated friend Apophis, they have now been brought in as martial ordered. They have been commanded to take control of the city, essentially.
Interesting.
Right.
And with the Dragon Guard being, as Danica was the last to see the king, and unfortunately with the king's killing, untimely death, Salastor says, looking around where he is in case he speaks out of tone, with the king's untimely death, and he failed to protect him, the Dragon Guard are sworn out of the castle. So their control is less of late, but I fear the Watch are going to make matters a little trickier over the next week.
Interesting that someone we thought was controlled by a vampire would invite a group so diametrically opposed, in theory.
We don't know when this was sent.
Well, they don't know. They don't know they're in service to a vampire. If I was a vampire and I was evil, I'd think that was very funny.
Yes.
Having the command of such zealots.
You have to appreciate, though, in the wrong circles, we have been making quite a bit of noise. Not
In
that-
what circles? We're very quiet.
Well, we are.
Subtlety is our middle name, isn't it, Bugram?
Sure. We're so subtle.
I just realised, Bogram, I never took this corpse out of the bag of holding for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Do you know what, actually? That's a really good shout. And I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work. I think it'll just be a standard zombie, but with slightly better armour.
Yeah,
So whatever its armour is, Rob, I'll ask
chainmail.
you.
He has chainmail, so whatever that would add to his armour.
Super.
Castle
Okay.
Guard wears chainmail.
Obviously, we'll do this in my house. I'm not just going to be in the street.
In the
look.
street.
Just empty him out onto the streets.
He's cured!
Oh my god! I'll actually have to grab a castle guard there with.
That's
What I think is going to be quite easy to do is whenever we have a token that you then is killed and is then claimed by you, Obsidian, I'm going to do what I've done with the others and take the token and then just tint them green, so they'll always look like how they look, but have the unifying green colour to show them that they're yours. That'll be the easiest way to do it, I think.
I don't even worry about making a token for him too much at the minute, man, because I think what I'm going to do is this one can be a bit of a bodyguard.
Okay.
I'll have him in the house. I'll have him essentially sort of shrouded, covered in the corner, playing dead, ready to sort of be called on to protect the family.
God forbid anyone walking into that house, my word.
Just all my zombie servants.
How many have you got now? Is it 3?
The two orcs
no,
shoveling
there were two
horse
orcs.
dung outside.
There were the two orcs. There were the two
Cultists.
cultists, and now there's this one, so there's 5 altogether.
What a motley crew.
They're coming with us when we leave, man. It's going to be great.
That's a necro
They're
wagon.
just going to be sort of slowly running alongside the necro wagon.
I absolutely adore it.
Just tending the horses and doing that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
And when I can boost them a little bit, which I eventually I can, they'll be useful in combat.
Okay then, so is there anything else that you'd like to do, and what is your next course of action?
Silasta is probably gonna delay the Tower of Elvenkind. He's got time. At worst case scenario, 2 days before the funeral, he'll just break in. That's the worst case scenario.
Danico has effectively promised you that if your work shows good results, he'll basically let you in. So
yeah, it's kind of close, but I think Silasta's got the benefit of time.
Has Silasta actually shared with the rest of the group? He probably shared with Ansel. But
Not
why he wants to go
you
to
don't know.
the Tower of Elvenkind? No.
No, you may remember from the session, but the figure who spoke to him said he needed to disappear, and Silasta's trying to be his...
Has he told us that he's even interested in the tower?
No, because the whole... No, he's expressed he's got work to do, which I think you both are aware by now what that is, but he's keeping this one quite close to his chest.
Is it the middle of the day?
Yep, just late morning,
I think
coming up
we
to
should,
midday. Yep.
I think we should get down there.
Has everybody recovered spells, etc.?
Well, you've rested, so you're already working on like a good night's rest.
Yeah, I'm full on spells, full on hit points.
Should I be full on hit points, or did I take damage in
You
the last
rested in a safe haven, which is double your level in HP back. So if you've not taken that, you certainly would have had that last night. So you're level 9, right?
Yeah.
So 18 HP then.
I'm 1 hit point off my total, but you know what? That's okay. It's 1 hit
Oh,
point.
if you're 1 off, I'm bound to be...
Yeah, but you remember I took a gross amount of damage.
Yeah,
And
exactly. So I should be fine, is what I'm saying. I should be back to full. If you're that close, I'll be... I very rarely take as much damage as Silas.
Alright, well in that case then, final time asking before you delve into the pathways of the sewer. Are you happy to go now?
I think we need to have a little bit of a plan as to what our roles are, like how we're going to roughly approach this, not just go in totally blind, but otherwise, yeah.
So, one thing I could do is I could summon an unseen servant who can hold some holy water and carry it into the beast.
Okay, I don't know how does that work?
Just a dish of water.
They just hold it in their hands and sploosh.
I'm going to cast 1 level 2 spell on myself that will pretty much last all day. Called False Life. So I get a bunch of extra hit points, and I think at this point the whites of his eyes go a little bit extra bloodshot. He just does that. He just looks a little bit more lichy.
The iris is a little bit milky.
Yeah, just that slight amount of undead because it's false life.
I like
that gives me an extra 19 hit points.
Lovely, that's good.
Yeah.
We should have done this last night, shouldn't we? It's no longer the sickle moon, is it?
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I think it
it's
is.
the day of and the day after.
Oh, sweet.
Hence the two. That's the best way to remember it. You imagine the two sickle moons. It's the two moons. So.
Great.
Yeah.
My thoughts were I was maybe going to get Trick involved in this one and ask him if he could attempt to get the holy water in there for me.
Yeah, we could potentially get 2 drops.
Just because he can fly, and he's got perfect flight. He can turn himself invisible. He's probably going to be quite handy for the holy water. Obviously, Silaster, you're going to be trying to do straight up damage to it with the magic. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll probably just use every big spell. So I'll just keep spamming Halt Undead. And hopefully it'll roll low and eventually, we'll have it. Or maybe Command Undead.
That seems to be our way.
Or I'll
1,000
I'll
cuts,
use-
war of attrition.
use every rebuke that I've got.
Do keep something in the chamber, we might run across Grin.
Yeah. I think that I can't do it damage. I can just try my big things, and if they work, super, but they probably won't. But I'll keep trying whilst running away. Don't get horribly murdered.
If in doubt, we pull out.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
Let's go.
So, while it appears to be a bright, shining day, there is a solemn mood that falls upon the strangers as the three of you make your way to a place not far, because as you remember, this place leads beneath the path of faith. And you find that entrance, and inside you go. You go into the darkness, and your feet, and the sounds of your footsteps can be heard echoing in the tunnel as you continue. And the walk seems to take an age. The tension building and building within each of your hearts. Just trying to find...
Oh. What level is that? I'm going to cast Hide from Undead on myself. Don't think it will be particularly useful, but it's worth a go.
Okay. No, that's good. So, suddenly you see in the distance the end of the narrow pass. You're moving past that flow of, we'll generously say liquid, lit by bioluminescent algae. And yeah, you see the opening to that now very familiar cistern-like chamber. A great stone walkway held up by pillars with mighty iron chains. You see very, very far on the far end. You just see the now empty area where that sack lay, where Silaster made his daring gambit to recover those magic items. and there is an eerie stillness about the place.
Is it silent?
It
Or
is
do we
silent.
hear any noises?
You can give me a listen check to determine anything
I'm
else.
going to say, because obviously its main thing is the crying and the noises, so I think I'm not good at listen, but I'll try.
18.
No. All I can hear is my own breath inside the mask. That's the problem.
23.
Very nice, Ansel.
So, with the very best roll you can muster, with the very best concentration, Ansel, you...
I think it's probably Cry's ears.
Yeah, so I like that very much. So Cry sort of like scurries up to the top of your shoulder, his pointed nose like sniffing the air, and then he will say into your ear, Ansel, I do not hear anything. There is an eerie silence. Yeah, an eerie silence, for sure.
It's utterly silent. Can I use sight beyond sight? It's not called that. That's Thundercats. See the unseen. To activate my invisibility and dark vision, as well as detect magic, to look into the chamber and see if anything has.
So it shows
magically.
invisible, detect magic. What was the other thing you said? Sorry.
Dark vision, which is only 60 feet, as is the invisibility, and detect magic at will.
Okay. You look beyond, and what's the range of that?
I think I should really write that on the sheet as well, shouldn't I?
I don't think you'll be in range where you're stood at the very back of the tunnel.
So that's 60 feet as well. I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, so not quite where you're standing.
Then as we creep forward, knowing the limits of my abilities, I'll continue. Apparently I've got the shade directly in front of me, protecting me from literally nothing, because it's not a physical being. So if we go to the opening of the...
Yeah, you go to the opening and you scan with a wide arc of the entire chamber. And Ansel, you don't detect anything.
There's nothing here.
Good.
Nothing at all. Which means it's probably somewhere else.
Yeah. That's okay.
Not a...
That is okay. Well, left or right?
Did Silas look before, I think?
Right appears to be a dead end. I can't remember what he said.
It did appear, but...
You remember, Silaster, when you ran around that way, you remember seeing the way to the left had a way to continue. That way just led to like an iron wall almost, with like tricklings of water running down it. It may once have been a way, but is now been engineered over the top of and is a dead end. So the only way really is left.
Let's go. Let's do it.
This way then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll flash a magical look before we head down the corridor. So we've been burned so many times when I could have used magical sight.
It continues to go for some time into the darkness. So you'll have to continue delving down there to discover what lies in that direction.
Well, there's no time like the present.
Let's go.
Very good.
Totally on your own there, so that's the...
Bye.
Bye.
None of us. We don't want to
you
come.
first.
We're all just looking down the corridor like.
The bad man's gone.
Ooh. Okay.
Where you enter here, there is the sound of rushing, torrenting, rushing torrents, basically. That same algae-like infected water is rushing down a number of canals. But you see that a number of them are blocked by walls and passageways that lead off in different directions. There appears to be a central circular drop into one of these canals. But yeah, there are a number of walkways that lead away. Still lit by this bioluminescence, you see that this area is scattered with forgotten junk and debris. You see long strands of a web-like substance covering various areas of the tunnels. Just spot check me, please.
Oh, I don't normally do well on spot checks, but I got 17.
14.
Hey!
Bogum, you're the first to notice. You just
My elf eyes see.
instinctually feel something on the ground, weirdly, and you look down and you see a number of spiders.
Oh no. Why, Rob? Why?
But they're all just rushing past you. They just spindle their way over your boots and away into the passageway you just come from. Like you see,
They're all
Like they're
running the
running
same
away.
way.
you see worms and slugs and all kinds of insectoid matter just writhing in the corners of this chamber, all appearing to move in the same direction, and that is the way that you've just come.
That doesn't bode well. I don't suspect I'll see anything, but I'll use my magical sight to peer into the depths.
Does your magical sight go through walls?
I don't believe so. I think
I don't think it does.
walls block.
Unfortunately, you don't sense anything. Or see anything, rather. You do sense there is a feeling of dread that is descending upon the three of you, as every other life form in this thing is going in the opposite direction that you are. Never a good feeling.
Yes, I don't trust this one bit. Can I see a stone or something over here, sort of quite far away from us?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
I'd like to use my baleful utterance to cast shatter on it and just cause a large to see if anything reacts.
That's really cool, and as I mentioned, there's quite a lot of debris around the area, so you really have your pick, and your eyes fall upon like a bit of rubble that is clearly crumbled from one of the stone supports of this place. And the shatter just goes off. Bam! and you just feel dust and like sediment like crumble down around you, and it echoes down every part of this chamber. Is anybody there?
Is that what we hear?
Help me. I can't see. Help me.
No.
Well, I don't trust that.
Please. I know you're there. I heard you. Please. Help us. A woman's voice comes in. You must listen to him. Without you, we are condemned.
Nobody wants to go any further, do they?
A gruff voice comes from another direction and says, I knew we shouldn't have come this way. The structure wasn't strong enough to hold us.
Right.
Can we tell where the voices are coming from, roughly?
Give me
or
another
is it
listen.
echoing all
Well, you
around?
did a critical on your listen, didn't you?
That was in the previous chamber, but
That
yes.
was in a previous chamber, yeah, sorry. A listen check then, please.
Ooh, 18.
Okay.
Only 11 this time.
27.
27, my god. So, you can give me, because of that excellent listen check, you can give me a will save, please, Silaster.
Haha.
Don't worry, I'm not
Unlucky.
punishing you with...
Okay.
Punishing you for a good roll, trust me. You get to do a
21.
save or die, because your listen was great.
Yeah.
Well done.
You hear power word kill.
Oh, so you feel like this... You're hearing the voices coming from different directions. But you know that they must only be coming from one source, because that will save lets you override the trick effect of ventriloquism. A power that is throwing voices all around this chamber. You know it can only be coming from deeper within, not to your left and not to your right.
Something comes from ahead.
Well,
Let us seize this moment.
well, it could very well be that undead thing, the ghosty thing, the caller.
Mm-hmm.
It is a caller in the darkness, isn't it? And it was all about sound and stuff, so I'm just going to say, like, that kind of sounds like an ability it might have. So just take it very steady.
That's a good assumption.
So Alistair will get to this inner circle area.
Yeah, you're moving past row after row of these tunnels, and you can... What doesn't help is that there's this rushing noise of the sewage and algae-infested water rushing beneath you. You see that the drop is 30 feet down. And you imagine the current to be incredibly strong. And noxious as well. As you reach that point, you see that the ceiling is kind of domed. You imagine almost some kind of operatic Gothic structure. The ancient days of this city, where such craft was even put into where your ship would run, basically. It's where you get there. Well, yeah. You then hear you hear the voice again. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. You must help. There are many others trapped within.
Where could it be? Where could it be? It could be underneath. That's the thing. We're 30 feet up, so it could be literally underneath the floor where we're stood, because this all looks like a pool of water beneath us, right?
Yes. Can I peer down with that
Yeah, you can peer down.
into the pool of excrement?
Where over the
With
edge where you're
magical
standing
sight.
now, like where you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, for sure. You look over the edge.
Obviously, with the detect magic and invisibility and dark vision.
Yeah, you're looking over the air. You can feel like the trace of like magical signatures running around the area. Every time that the voice speaks from a different direction, you see these signatures coming from a different direction. You're effectively seeing the stave, the musical notes of a magical voice being projected. So you're seeing the ventriloquist magic coming from different directions around you now, as these voices just build around you. And every time they speak, it appears to be a different voice. Sometimes venerable and old, sometimes tragically young.
I'm going to cast my spectral hand. I always end up wasting a round in combat, so I'm just going to do it.
And is it below that? Can I tell if it's below that it's sort of emerging from, or is it just appearing around us?
Everywhere, I'm afraid. As is the nature of the spell, it comes from multiple different directions.
We could just run for it.
Let me bear with 1 second. Let me just concentrate on getting the spectral hand in play. If I can
Through the door at the end, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Zombie imp, there we go. I'm going to ask Trick to go right to the end where the door is, just quickly observing the room, and then come back. But he is going to do it while invisible, because he can cast invisibility on himself at will.
Yeah, so Trick flies
So
off.
he'll fly up a bit as well. So he's a good sort of maybe 15 feet above us as well. Just to stay sort of above and get a better view. And he'll fly off down this way, over to this. Have a glance down the sides, see if there's anything hiding around any corners that we think could jump out at us if we just go for it, and then he'll fly back.
Yes, master. I'll go. I'll see. And he vanishes into invisibility and zips off down to the far end of the corridor. As he goes down towards that direction, I need Trick to make a will save, please.
Mm-hmm. I believe he just shares saves with me because he's my. $26.
You hear a sudden shriek from your familiar as he reaches to that point down there, but you don't see him. Obviously, he's invisible. But he goes, "It hurts! It tries to invade my mind! My mind!"
He, just as a point, will have hide from undead on himself as well. Just if there's an undead trying to attack him, whether they have to see him and whatever, just...
What's the save?
The save, it's only a level 1 spell, so DC 19 will save. I don't know whether that makes any difference to what you're doing, but I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, so Trick is feeling something trying to claw at his mind, and with that emotional connection that you share with your familiar, you feel just a jolt of terror, the kind of terror that you feel when something is breathing down the back of your neck, when every hair on your skin is standing on end. That is instantly transferred to you, Bogram, as Trick seems to be melting into a existential crisis down there. But he doesn't appear to have been affected, but something is gnawing at him, it seems.
Okay. Does he come back? Can he come back?
It's up to you.
Well, that was the idea, was for him to go down there, have a look, and then fly straight back.
Yeah, he can fly straight back.
Okay. So he'll fly back, and he'll hop on my shoulder, and I'll hold him.
Master, don't send me back there again. I did not see a thing, but I felt it.
Oh God. Okay.
Right.
You just stay with me. Just stay with me. You did well. Just stay on my shoulder, but stay invisible if it makes you feel better.
What is most unnerving to you now is that ever since Trick went down and then came back, the voices haven't been heard.
Well, let us see what lurks in the shadows.
Yes, a voice says in answer. See what lurks in the shadow. Come and join us. Come and join us.
Just gonna hand Trick a bottle of holy water.
Do a spot check, Ansel.
Okay.
Oh.
Ansel's taken a little wide berth route, I see.
16.
Ansel, you've moved around that direction, but it's funny. It's like that moment where you turn away and you think you saw something in the reflection of a mirror. Something quite apt for Ansel, perhaps. And as you're moving away, you realise that you were indeed moving away from the predator that faces the three of you, suddenly wisping up from the central area of the basin. The whirling horror makes itself known. Powerful, screeching echoes rip down the corridors towards each of you. Join us in the call of the darkness. And that is where we will take a short break. So, what will the strangers do against this terrifying foe? Have they prepared well enough for the caller in the darkness? We will find out in a short moment. Don't go away.
Nope.
No, we haven't. No, definitely not.
No.
Don't think we have, you know.
And we have returned. And
we're all gonna die. We're all gonna
you're all going to die. I just realised
they're in the walls, man.
They're in the walls.
They're in the walls.
They're in the walls.
It's game over, man. It's game over.
As Redium said, it was in the house the whole time. Initiative has already been rolled. Gentlemen, good luck.
Let's do this.
Let's go! Let's go!
Ansel, you're the first to see it materializing. And building up like a wave, a hurricane swirling up, thousands of faces glaring down at you, each as tormented as the last, and each hungry for you to join their ranks of despair. But with that critical on the initiative, Ansel, you go first. What do you do as the caller in the darkness calls forth?
So first, I selflessly send in the shade. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. To threaten him. So we're nice and affected from the start. And then I don't think he's susceptible, if memory serves, to sickening attacks. So there's not much point in doing that. But what I will do is throw a Eldritch Blast at him first of all.
Okay.
I'll take a step, a 5-foot step inwards first, as movement. So yeah, I will. A 15 on its touch.
Shoom! Your blast erupts towards it and strikes it. Screams echo in a choir of dissonance as you land your attack.
Did it have some sort of spell resistance last time, or was that something else?
I don't think it had spell resistance. I think it just had very good saves. I can't remember.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So if it's able to be sickened, it would do a fortitude save at this point, but I don't think it is. So
Doesn't appear to be affected by that.
I'll skip over that point. So we'll do 24 points of damage due to the nature of the sickle moon.
That's a bit nicer.
Yeah, that is a bit nicer, isn't
Is
it?
it susceptible to your curse?
We'll find out. And as a free action, I will attempt to curse it, which is a DC 18 will save, and it's at -2 due to the proximity of the shade.
Will save.
Yeah.
Your curse sort of echoes towards it, like the echo of the sickle moon, and it echoes back, reverberated by the creature's power.
Shit, it's immune to my curse for 24 hours. So with that, it is the end of my turn, but it is, while it's next to the shade, there is -2 to saves and -2 to AC.
Fantastic work. Silasta, you see this thing erupting. You see Ansel's shade dart in from the side there. And you then realise that you must act before it's too late. What do you do?
Okay, as a free action, I will quaff a potion of magic fang.
Your teeth become magical weapons.
Then, as a swift, he will drop into the Child of Shadow, because I think defense is probably there. Yeah. And then he's going to go for a charge attack.
Very good. You rush in.
Firstly, the charge. $27 to hit.
27 is a hit. You need to see whether you do actually hit.
Yep.
So if you'd like to roll a 50-50 for me, I realise I probably should have done that with the Eldritch Blast as well. I don't know, actually. Yeah, you still need to hit, so next time, yeah. It's
Do you want me to
50-50.
roll that?
No, that's fine. I'll say because of that critical on your reaction, bam, you got that out before anything. From now on, sorry, I should say any attack made against this thing is done with a 50-50 miss chance. So that will hit if you get 50-50. Let's say high hits, low misses.
Any preferred dice?
Your choice.
D1000.
D1000. Okay. D6.
D6.
High hits. Oh, no, doesn't.
You rush forward and swipe, and like trying to strike at the mist on the heath, your attack goes straight through the thing, and you are met with hundreds of eyes glaring at you. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it. I know I have a
Okay.
mischance.
You hurl your fist directly at it, and it will respond in kind. Please make a will save for me, Silaster.
Okay. I prepared 2 maneuvers. One was for will saves, so I will use my concentration check instead.
Okay.
Which means... what's that? 23.
Ooh, so you feel some kind of gnawing power trying to invade your mind. How do you overcome the this sort of attempt to penetrate your mind?
Silaster remembers what happened last time, and he's just remembering, he's just focusing on his home. For a good portion of this, he's just channeling the snow, the peaks, the obelisk, all of it.
Fantastic work. Excellent work. It's not going to. That's all it's going to do on its turn. Something else appears to be swirling up within its mist-like depths, but what that is will have to be a revelation for another turn. Bogram.
Oh, it's me. Lovely. Okay. Well, first things first. Trick will fly forward.
Right.
He'll fly. Just come in next to you, Silaster. And he's going to try and slosh it with holy water, which is just a touch attack, and I believe it's his base touch.
Yeah,
Base
do we
attack
know if
plus.
it being holy water, does it need to do the mischance?
In the
incorporealness?
thing, to use it against an incorporeal creature, you must open the flask and pour it on the target. Thus, you can douse an incorporeal creature with holy water only if you're adjacent to it. Range touch doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. It doesn't say.
I'm going to say then, because it's holy water.
So, I mean,
yeah, I'm going to say then it'll just... You won't need to do the mischance for holy water.
Okay.
As you've got to be right next to the thing to do it, I guess.
Their attacks don't change or anything, do they? Familiars. I've not used him for anything like that. I don't think they do. So it's 3 plus his dex, which is 17, so 3, so 6.
Yeah, for his touch armor class.
He's been shaken up by it. He's not used to it.
Trick moves forward and
It is -2, but
making
I
an
don't think it's
attack.
enough.
I don't know, was he still invisible or is he visible because of that?
No, he's still invisible. He hasn't. No, he will
He's
drop out of
attacked,
invisibility.
yeah, so he's
but he
now
was
not
invisible.
Yeah.
He was invisible when he did the attack.
That's
though,
fine.
But the invisibility will drop.
So Trick moves forward the last master and it just like whiffs it, and the holy water just like just mostly goes down into the canal rushing below.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. That roll 20. Come on. Well, there we go. All right, it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to do anything apart from 1, 2, 3, 4. Back the hell up. Physically, my spectral hand is going to do the rest. So my spectral hand is going to go in for a touch attack.
Okay.
So we'll see if it gets the touch first. Just double checking with spectral hand. Right, 7. That's slightly better. 21.
21
touch.
is a hit, but spectral hand can hit incorporeal creatures, can't it? So
It is incorporeal itself, so it.
so that's fine. Yeah, so that is a hit on its touch armor class.
Right, which means the spell has been cast, and I believe he's still at a -2. Is that right, Ansel? Because of the
Yeah.
yeah. So fingers crossed. Can he please do a will save? This is not one of my insta kill or insta stop things. It's a minor. Well, it's not minor effect, but will save DC 22.
Even with -2, he just smashes that. Unfortunately,
Well,
spectral
like I
hand
said, boys, this is just all I can do. This fight is keep
touches onto
bashing
it,
my head
and
against that wall.
whatever power that was upon the hand just gets ripped into the thing. It's almost like it's trying to drag anything it can into its being. Anything else on your turn, Mogram?
That's me.
We are back to the top of the round, Ansel.
I will move in, I think, and try and support. 25, 30 to there. And then as a... I can't remember if it's swift or free, doesn't really matter. I'll extend the arms. And the claws erupt out of his fingernails, and he just does one great big slash through the mist.
First of all, you can do your attack or your mischance, whichever you prefer.
Let's do the mischance, because if I miss,
Makes sense.
I don't want to waste a
D6,
good roll.
high hits, low doesn't. High!
Hi.
You have a potential to hit, let's see.
21 on its touch.
Is a hit. You smash with eldritch claws, raking through the thing.
So we do 27 points of damage as the eldritch claws catch on the smoke and pull it away from itself, ripping through. As the shade does the same thing on the shadow on the floor.
Yes, I love it. Fantastic work. A cacophony of screeches erupt from the very top of it like a volcano as it swirls its full essence round in an arc and towards you, Ansel. Hundreds of faces glaring down upon you, but it's not its turn, it's Silas's turn, I suddenly realise.
Well, Silaster Silaster will move there and then hop to there because the thing has got two elements on the other side as well. And then he will attempt 2 shadow blades for an obscuring shadow veil. So let's see if he hits or if the opportunity is wasted.
Okay.
The opportunity is wasted.
Oh,
So sad.
Then the maneuver
yes.
goes bye-bye.
The power reaches out to the screeching nemesis. I need to check something, actually. Okay, where it looked like it was going for Ansel, it looks like it's going to renew its attack on Silaster. Can you give me another will save, please? And make it a good one.
Yeah, it's gone down this time, so... 23.
I mean, that's 23.
You feel something trying to press into your mind as this thing tries to plant something upon you, and once again you resist the purity of the snow, keeping you focused. However, that thing that it was doing before now blossoms into fruition. What is your touch armor class, Ansel?
My touch is 12.
Ooh.
That's a hit. You take 27 points of psychic damage. It just needs to hit. It doesn't have to bypass anything. It just hits you. This screech just echoes into your mind, Ansel, and you just feel parts of yourself being twisted, parts of your mind turning in against each other. That's its turn. Bogram.
Well, Trick will turn and run back to me and yeah, I'll hand him another holy water. He's got to retrieve them for me, so that'll be his turn.
Can you do that noise again, please?
This thing, that's the highest spell DC I've got, and my spell DCs are fucking good as well for most characters. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do much. I don't know whether it's worth it, really. Yeah, go on. I'll try again. So, touch attack. 23.
It's a hit on his touch.
Then another DC 22 will save.
-2 still, yeah.
Yeah.
Savage. It's just whiffs your power away.
Still.
Your power reaches out to it and just gets knocked and absorbed into it.
Not even trying, really.
I mean,
like,
I'm not like, you know, it's.
Is it hard to tell if it's just going?
You don't think it's like from doing it. All right, you don't think it's insurmountable, but this thing is clearly is doing well for itself at the moment, shall we say?
I mean, it's done 2 effective DC 24s, so
it's strong for sure.
Immense will saves, yeah.
It
Okay,
does.
well, that's the best. That's all I can. It's all I can do, really. Could do a little 5-foot step.
a little hide.
A little 5-foot step, so I'm in full cover. I can't even see it now.
Okay, cool. And that
that's my
is
turn.
Ogram's turn. Ansel, we're back to the top of the round.
So now I can do a full attack, which means I can throw 2 hands, which is why I got in close. So I'll do the miss chances first. I'll just roll
Throw hand.
6. Throw hands. I want these hands. Both high.
Both high, so both have the potential to hit.
So the first one on his touch at -2 AC. Oh fuck, 12.
That's the attack? Yeah. On his touch,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a miss. Wait.
Even on the -2.
Even on the -2.
Ah shit! What a waste. 22 on the other one. Well,
Hit.
that's a bit better. So now you've got to wait for me to type in my
That's okay.
damage. 29
My
this time.
word.
3 6s.
Ansel is dishing it out. Just bam, bam, bam. Eldritch Claw after
So
Eldritch
it's like-
Claw.
The
Thank
first
God
one
for
is
the
almost like a feint strike as the thing like swiftly shimmers out the way, but the second one comes in an uppercut and like jabs a face and
Oh,
rips
my
it out.
word. Right. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
I kind of want to take a potion, but that'd give an attack of opportunity,
It
wouldn't
would.
it? I'll wait. I'm alright for now. Yeah, that's it for me.
Very good, Ansel. As you continue the assault against the screeching darkness, Silaster, it's now your turn.
Celeste will tumble back round to here, and then he's going to attempt to just mountain hammer the thing.
I thought you were going to say mount it.
Mount it.
Just start humping it.
That's the same thing.
Just aggressively hump.
Put it in its place.
Hey, it's a natural attack.
I can't dominate.
Well, let's see if I hit it.
Oh, God.
High. So that's high on the d6. There's a potential to land the strike.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So that is 26 on its model.
26 is a
That's
hit
dash,
on
isn't
its. Yeah, that is a hit. You go straight through the incorporealness and smash into its core.
So this all bypasses damage reduction, any hardness. 25 as Silastra jumps and just throws a magic fanged fist right into the heart of this thing.
Oh,
Humping
my
it.
word. And it is devastating. You're adding to the building power the strangers have mounted against this thing. With that, it is its turn. Two equally effective attacks. Silastra, please make a will save.
You're so lucky.
27.
Again, it's trying to invade your mind. It is then going to move as you resist. It begins to move. It will provoke an attack of opportunity off Ansel.
I'll take it. D6 first.
Yeah,
presumably
see if
to-
you can hit it first.
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
no.
it's mounted me.
Natural 20.
Would usually, but this is no thing that you can critical against, so it is just going to be a normal attack, a normal landed attack.
Just gonna pretend.
Could have been.
Could have been beautiful. 27 points of damage still. So it's still pretty good.
It does that and it rolls basically over you, Silastra. Please make a reflex save as it does so.
Let's see what it is. That. 26.
You have evasion, do you not?
I do.
So as the storm of screams just rushes towards you, what is it like as you're dodging sound?
Maybe with all the moisture in the air, Silas is able just to at least see kind of like impacts. You remember the old that weird sound gun you had, Matt, when we were students? We go football.
Oh, is that?
The air
When I
gun.
was attic, I was playing with it.
Days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit like just seeing these puffs of sound and just these attacks and catching it in the moisture, and he's able just to throw himself around.
And as you move
Just dodging
through
all of it.
this maze of psionic attacks that just rain down, you're able just to dodge from one to the other. As he continues his movement a bit more.
Uh-oh. Bagram, run!
Wait, I need to count 1, 2.
This is terrifying. I can't see anything. I can't see it at all. It's just a black screen for me.
You see, just like around the corner, it starts like rumbling towards you, clearly repositioning itself for some end that is unknown to you.
Why is it coming to me? I haven't managed to do it.
Well, it might not just be coming for you. It might be just moving away from the others. Regardless, that is its turn. It is now your turn, Bogram. You see the caller in the darkness echoing towards you.
Just so you're aware, this is not me moving. Oh no. I moved the hand. I'm guessing because I can't see the hand, but I can grab it. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Hand can catch up to it. Fine. Trick is going to try and get the touch with the holy water.
Okay.
Because he hasn't got to move. It's moved to him. Come on, Trick. Hey.
No mischance for the holy water, so that is a hit on its touch armor class.
That does 2d4. That does 7 points of damage. Good, Trick.
Good.
Well done, Trick. A little slosh. 2 holy waters down. I'm going to use the spectral hand to do the same thing again. Because why not?
Okay, make
So,
it.
touch attack. 26 on the touch.
26 on the touch is a hit.
And that's another DC 22. Will save. I'm almost out of level 4
It
spells.
doesn't have a -2 now, it's moved away from the shade. 22.
No. Yeah. Hey man, everything rolls a 1 occasionally.
I'm sorry, not this time.
I said occasionally, very, very rarely.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a player.
It's not
If it was a player, it'd be rolling
I'm gonna
one.
enshrine this in fucking glass or something, the way it's rolling. I'm afraid.
And then I will move 1, 2, 3, 4 to...
You provoke an attack of opportunity as you move away.
Do I?
Yeah.
Shit, I hadn't oh, I do, yeah, because I cast a spell before.
I'm afraid so.
Okay.
Touch armor class, please.
11.
Oh god.
That is a hit.
Of course it is. It's 11.
It reaches forth with an incorporeal touch of its own. You take 17 points of damage as you rush away.
Okay, what type of damage?
Just damage.
Okay, I don't
It's
know whether to say
incorporeal
damage
touch, it
reduction.
just does damage, I'm afraid. I mean, I can look it up, but it's not negative damage if that's what you're asking.
No, I don't mean that. I mean for the sake of damage reduction, really. I was wondering if it
You
was...
won't receive damage reduction from this.
I won't.
No, you won't. I'm fairly certain you won't receive. In fact, look, it's very, very odd, but it is. You can look at it yourself.
Damage reduction is... Well, I suppose... Is it a
I'm
type
gonna
of magic?
say you
then?
don't get damage reduction from incorporeal touch. You can look for yourself if you think otherwise, but
What?
it's not. It's a magical attack. It's an undead, ghostly thing.
If it's
that they
magic,
can
I
do.
don't get damage reduction anyway. If it's magic, I just wasn't sure if it was...
Yeah. Well,
Considered
anyway.
magic.
It's
Well,
not a
there we go.
physical attack, is it?
Yeah.
I
so,
take 17 points of damage.
You did a spell. You moved anything else on your turn, Bogrim?
That's me.
Perfect.
Hang on. Sorry, Trick will also move away with me.
Okay.
Because he just sloshed. So he will move.
Okay. That was Bogrim's turn. We're back to the top of the round. Ansel. The thing has rushed down this corridor like a wave of water. What do you do?
We will move together. Sorry, Ansel should be. I've moved them together annoyingly. Shade should be there. Yeah, we'll chase it. Say the Shade will go in first, and then Ansel will form his Eldritch Claws again and attempt a strike, which does not catch the incorporeal.
No, unfortunately not.
Sadly.
Your attacks just pass through it. Anything else on your turn?
No. I should have taken a potion before I moved, shouldn't I? Can I do that? Can I say I did that?
You can say you were doing it as you were moving, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll take a Cure Mod Wounds, which is 2d8, isn't it?
Okay.
Plus 10.
Yeah. Thank you. 22.
Perfect. Yeah, you begin to feel that your health is returning to you as you rush towards it. Swipe, but sadly don't make the connected attack. With that, we move to Silaster.
5, 10, 15. Silaster moves in and is going to attempt an insightful strike, trying to land a palm infused with shadow energy on one of the faces as it swirls around him.
Yeah,
but let's see if he gets it.
Chance.
Oh, what a waste.
You miss the attack.
That's it.
It just doesn't manifest in the right place for you, unfortunately. That's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Do you mean emotionally difficult because you're going to kill all of us? This
It
is gonna be
appears
difficult.
like it's
A sickening pop.
during this time you can't help but notice that where you've been striking at it, okay, it appears to be reforming each time, in a way. So screeching faces replace the holes that you've been smashing through it, though it does appear to have a desperate look about it. And because of that, it's going to target the one that has threatened it the most. Ansel, can you give me a will save, please?
I would love to. Is it a spell-like ability?
No.
Oh, shit. 21.
You feel like some gnawing power goes to invade your mind. What does Ansel focus on to resist it?
I think it's the light of the sickle moons shining through him, as it is the day of the sickle moon, I suppose.
'Tis the day, yes, 'tis the day indeed. Okay, so it appears to be re-knitting together, and there is a blast of something as it tries to do something to your mind, Ansel, but you resist. That is its turn. Bogram.
Well, so Trick will just rush back over with a thingy. He can see, I cannot. I think he's next to it, but I don't know.
Oh, you want Trick to be right next to him, of course, to deliver the... There you go, he's there.
Or is he there?
Yeah, he's there
Okay,
now,
so
yeah.
he's going to go there, and he's going to attempt to do another slosh.
Ooh,
After this, he's
okay.
only got 2 more sloshes left, so 17 on his touch.
17 is a hit on his touch.
Oh, it hit on the touch. Amazing. I was not expecting that to hit.
Yeah.
That's another 2d4. 6 points of damage. 6 points of holy damage. Thank you, Trick. I will take a 5-foot step so I can see what I'm doing. And is the shade next to it again?
The shade has drawn close to it once again, yes.
Good. Because otherwise I really don't think I stand much of a chance. But I'm just going to keep trying. I'm going to get through all my level 4 spells, but I'll have all my others left, so whatever. So, attempt to do a touch. 19 on his touch.
19 is also a hit on his touch.
Lovely. I shall take the next one off. That's 4 level 4 spells gone. DC 22 will save, please.
-2 for the shade, yeah?
Yeah.
It passes, I'm afraid.
Yeah. That's me.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
It's my most powerful spell. I wouldn't be able to do anything to it, even if it was alive.
It's just... Sorry, man. It's just the way it
Nothing.
rolls. Back to the top of the round, Ansel.
2 swings with 2 claws. 1 hit, the first hit, so that's higher. 22 strike.
22 is a hit, yes.
Only 24 this time on the backhand slash.
Just keep
spiking through the
mowing
darkness
into this thing, smashing it as hard as you can, and wisps of screeches are being just snuffed out of existence as you strike again and again with your claws. Anything else on your turn?
No. Oh, I should have.
Okay. Silaster, it's your turn.
Well, Silaster, I think, has run out of his offensive maneuvers, so he is going to go for a full round of attacks.
Okay.
Is he flanking with Trick?
Trick's attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be.
He has got weapons and stuff, so...
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. I'll roll both the mischance first. Just to see. Both definitely hit.
Nice.
In that case. First attack. 22.
22 is a hit.
2 hits.
Good job. 2 hits. Roll it up.
Is it that? Is it not? With the magic fang? Yes, it is. 34 points of damage.
Amazing work. You just smash screaming face after screaming face as you land another attack and another attack. It whirling about you, parts of it, great sections of it dissipating from the impacts. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
Nope.
Okay. Silaster and Ansel. You both take 24 points of psychic damage. You don't have a save.
What?
As a concussion blast just rips through you. I know we love the no saves. Yeah, sadly, you don't have saves.
I love psionics, aren't they great?
Just two targets can just immediately take the damage that it wants to. So it's going to do that, and then I'm going to
24.
ask... 24. And then I'm going to ask Silaster to please make a will save.
Come on, Silaster.
Keep up the winning streak, man. Come on.
27 again.
Oh my god, this thing is desperately trying to just dig into your mind, and you just are not having any of it. Your resolve is unshakable. What is it this time in your brain that helps you protect yourself against this terrible attack?
The longer he's been focusing on his home, the more he's been zoning in to the center of his village, and he's just been moving himself mentally past all the kind of the leather tents, the furs, all the sort of camping, the small settlement and makeshift buildings that have been set up over the many years they've been there. But he keeps moving towards that central obelisk as he's just moving, bringing in this giant crystal closer and closer until it's all we can see and focus on.
It's like you're running into the blizzard, yet it doesn't slow you down. Amazing work. That was its turn, Bogram.
Well, Trick's just going to fly back to me.
Do the noise.
Thank God for trick. And we'll just do the same thing again. So touch. Ooh, 15 on this touch this time.
Is a hit.
Okay, so then my very last level 4 spell. I have no more. Same thing again. DC 22.
That is a fail.
A fail? I was not expecting a fail.
Yep. That was I. I'll be honest. But a fail it is. The -2 from the shade has contributed.
Okay. I have 2 options. Normally there would be 3, but I'm pretty sure they are immune to ability damage. Undead are immune to ability damage.
They are, yeah.
But this is a curse.
Ooh.
So I'm not going to attempt the ability damage. I have either the choice of making it 50% chance to act normally or do nothing per round.
Ooh.
Or give it a -4 penalty on attacks, saves, ability checks, and skill checks. I'm going to give it a -4 penalty on attacks, saves, ability checks, and skill checks, because I think with the extra as well from the shade, I stand a better chance of getting some of my lower level spells off on it now. So it's -4 on attacks, saves, ability checks, and skill checks.
Amazing work. And what is it like as finally, Bogrum, you push through? What is it like?
I think he was starting to get frustrated. And
tell.
he was just really like there's sweat under the mask. He's getting very frustrated, and but was just intent on that one spell going off, and put all of his focus into the hand. So he was almost like eyes closed in the zone, seeing through the spectral hand, and just this blast of green energy went off, sort of through this thing.
Amazing work. And as it goes...
the whole thing is now tinted slightly green, as with all of the spells.
And it's like your spells divided it, so it's no longer like in one solid, massive, wispy mist. It's now like streaks of mist. Faces whirling around you. It no longer seems to have the mass that it once did. But even then, it seems like it's rebuilding, recorporealizing. We've moved back to the top of the round. Ansel.
Ansel will take 2 attacks. Or attempt 2 attacks, anyway. With claws, akimbo, both miss. Shit.
Fortunately, and because of that wisp-like nature, they're now more separated. It's harder, it seems, to hit. You just wisp through them. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
No, I don't think so.
Silasta.
Certainly.
Yeah. Multiple attacks here, so I'll still go for another 4 round of attacks. Hopefully, let's see which ones hit. Exactly the same. Both
Let's
miss.
go striking and striking and striking.
What did you do, Bogrum?
It's so frustrating. This thing. What is going on with Grin last time and this thing? The frustration.
Okay, it's going to do something that it has reserved.
Believe in you, Silasta.
Uh-oh.
Roll a D. Technically, could get any of you. Roll a D3, D4 for me. You can roll a D3 if you want to type in, but 1, 2, 3. 1, Silasta. 2, Bogrum. 3, Ansel. 4, reroll.
I've got it here.
Yeah, do it.
So.
I'm in.
1, Silasta.
Bloody hell.
You may make a will save. You can do so with a +4 bonus.
+4?
Yep, you get a
take it.
+4 to this bonus, to this save. Make it good.
Yeah.
Oh, 20.
You make the number.
That's not so.
Oh.
but you don't surpass it, so that is a fail, Silaster.
Oh,
This creature,
bastard.
wisping into nothingness, just turns around and it just gives this hollow shriek. And Silaster, the snow is parted, the mountain crumbles. The Seldarine priestess looks into your eyes, and you collapse to the ground on -1. And psychic crush drops you in 1. And it begins to continue to recorporalize. That's its turn. Bogram.
Oh, crapping hell. Okay, in which case then I'm going to... this is up to blah, 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 blah. Yep, that's fine. So I don't need the hand. I can just cast this. Trick will do his thing. Let's see if he can do that first, shall we? Because it's just fun. He'll... this is the last 2, so he can only do this one more time after this. Come on, Trick, come on. Slosh. 20. 20 on the touch.
There's still 5 bottles on Silaster's body.
Yeah, you guys have got more.
Body, I'm
These
still
are the only
alive.
ones I've got.
Not for long.
That's another 5 points of damage from Trick.
So annoying. I'll explain why that's really annoying later.
Oh my god! If little Trick came in and just killed stuff, I would be.
With 5 points of damage.
You haven't destroyed it. Trick
I'd
hasn't
have to go.
destroyed
I'd have to go off camera and touch myself for a bit.
Justified.
I cast a different spell, and I just require it to do a will. DC 21.
It's a -4
And
because
it's
of your
minus-
curse, -2 because of the shades. That's at -6.
So -6.
-6. Oh. What's the DC, sorry, that it has to beat?
21.
That's a fail.
That is a fail. Okay. So, we have a moment of respite, chaps, because I have cast Halt Undead. It is as if it is held for 1 round per level. So for 9 rounds, it is held. It cannot move. It cannot do anything. But if it is hit, if it is targeted, it will come out of it. So it's not like Hold Undead, Hold Person in that way. But it is like the effect of Hold Person. So it literally can't do anything. It can't act. So we have time to maybe heal Silaster.
So can we just, because that, I don't think, I think that is owed a description. What is it like, Bogram, as you reach out and somehow just hold this thing in place?
Oh, yeah. So I think that he's seen Silaster go down, and everything for Obsidian has kind of gone almost into slow motion anyway. Because he's seen Silaster go down. This is a panic, because although... You know, he's got something off. He's not been as effective as he'd like to be, and it's making him sort of panic. So he just kind of, with everything he's got, gives it the full double hands, and he says the spell in Infernal. So it's just words in Infernal, like basically just means stop.
Incredible.
And this thing that's swirling, it kind of slows and slows and slows into a kind of frozen state, but it takes everything he's got to do it, this concentration.
That's so rad. Finally, mastery over this undead, no matter how powerful it is, ground to halt, Bogram, and you keep it there with your power. Yeah, so how many rounds was that, sorry?
9 rounds.
9
1
rounds.
round per
Well,
level.
we'll still play it out then, because you have 9 rounds to play with at this stage.
Well, it needs to die. It's obviously auto effects will still go off. So if it is auto healing, which I assume it is, got fast heal, that will carry on. So we can't rest.
Yeah.
We need to heal Silaster and get back on it.
Very well. So in that case, I'm guessing that's your full turn then, Bogram. Is that right?
That is my turn, but I haven't moved. So I'll 1,
Oh, yeah, nice.
2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6
There
to
you are.
there. Hello. I was around the corner. I could still see it when I was around the corner.
Yeah, you can see up the canals and stuff. Yeah, good job. So you rush around the corner and you see Silaster is dropped to the ground. We're back to the top of the round then. So this is 1 of 9 then, I guess.
Yeah.
Ansel, it's your turn. What do? You see that Silaster was just... It looked like he was starting to win. Like he was smashing this thing to pieces, and then he just dropped to the ground in one go.
I will obviously tell you, Ansel, that you have time. I'm holding it, but it won't last forever. Help Silaster, and then we need to get back to it.
Into it again. So feeding him a potion is a standard action, isn't it?
To feed someone a potion is standard, yes.
Okay, I will give you my penultimate potion of cure mod wounds.
Well,
8 or 10. Just 21 points.
Not bad.
And then you've got another round, presumably, to heal, and then we can lay back into it.
Rise.
yes.
I love the idea that there's just Obsidian holding back the tide like a prophet of old.
Yeah, I know it's not like 5th edition. We have to concentrate, but I do like the idea that he is kind of like that. He's sweat dripping and he's really having to work at it.
So that was Ansel's turn. He's fed Silaster that healing. Silaster, you suddenly awaken. You're on the ground, and the first thing you see is just a slowed down version of the caller in the darkness, hovering as if it's been thrown off its axis. Like gravity has changed within it or something. It's slowed and held by the power of Obsidian. What do you do?
Well, I look there because I'm still on the floor. I see ahead of me is this, but I see directly above me is this bold, grinning figure. I don't know. Just looming in.
Wakey, wakey.
Just over you. Creeping.
Silaster gives a nod. Will atomize another mod in. For 18.
You're taking the moment to just recuperate, and it's like there's just this calm before the storm. You're looking at this thing and you're seeing even now Silaster like wisps like refilling into the gaunt faces that are staring at you from this mist. Anything else on your turn?
It's healing itself with every round we need to.
I will stand. I need a full round to do. That's okay, I think. Normal punch.
Matt, if you start the attacks, that means we each get a full round of attacks before it goes.
The last thing I'll do is drop back into the Child of Shadow.
Okay.
That's it. But he's on his feet, in his stance, potioned up.
We reach the point in the round where it is the caller's turn. Bogrim, it's your turn.
I'm just going to back up to here so I can still see it. But I have a line on it. When you guys tell me to on my round, I have a spell that I'm going to cast, and we'll see. But yeah, that's me. Oh, Trick will fly back to me and grab the last of my holy waters.
running out of breath. Okay, so what happens now? That's your turn, Bogrim.
Ansel
Yeah,
will
we're back to the top of
extend
the
his
round.
claws and go for 2 swipes.
Okay.
6 and a 2 to the first.
Oh, are you
one hit.
attacking it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No
I see,
wasting
okay.
time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Fair
said.
enough.
If you attack it, then we'll all get around him, but you didn't do anything.
No, well, I didn't know if Silastra was going to heal one more time.
He's healed enough.
Okay.
Otherwise,
so
we're just
you
letting it
strike
heal.
at it.
No,
Yeah.
all right, fine.
Let's see
carry
if
on.
you hit.
17 on its touch.
You hit.
$28 points of damage as he spins and does like a back slash.
You slice into it, and it's almost divided in two by the strike. It seems to be pushed back, and then it rolls forward, free from Obsidian's grasp, and bent on your destruction. Silastra, it's your turn.
Well, he's going for a 4 round of attacks. Let's see if any hit. The second one does.
Great.
So that's 9. Yeah. Not 96, bloody hell. That would be a guaranteed hit. 25 to hit.
25 is a hit.
Yeah. 22.
22. Fantastic. You smashing into it over and over again, and it whirls up into one solid form, and it is looking for the thing that had, for a moment, taken control of it, robbed it of its mobility. It looks with every single one of its eyes at you, Bogrim. Please make a will save and make it a good one.
If it's a sleep, stun, paralysis, poison, or disease, I have a bonus, but I'm assuming it's probably
I'm
not.
afraid
so
it is
just gonna-
not.
Come on. 26.
Nice.
Something invades your mind for a moment, Bogrim, and you just feel a sudden urge to want to inflict as much pain upon yourself as possible.
Oh no.
But you resist. What thought brings
Thank
you back?
God. I imagine that he has a moment of thinking I could just cast the black tentacles at my feet and tell them to have at me. But then I think that he probably thinks about his son. He thinks about Werner saying that he didn't want him to die. He just sort of flashes back to that conversation, and that the thought of his family brings him back out of it and back into the fray.
And as you're back into the fray, it is with, it seems, a little bit of rebuilding. It is now your turn, Bogrim.
Well, Frick, have at it. 19 on the touch.
A hit.
Only 3 points, but every little helps. I love that he's done more damage than I have this time. He's done quite a bit of damage for a little dude. He's doing all right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it's a bit of a Hail Mary, and I don't know if it's ever going to work, but it's worth a go. Can it just give me 1 second to be doubly sure? There we go. Can it do a will save DC 20? It's only a level 2.
Mate, nat 20 on the die. Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Take off another level 2 spell.
Whatever you attempt, it
That is me.
it just powers through as it sort of like draws itself up. We're back to the top of the round. Ansel.
Yeah, we're just gonna not mess with the half-winning formula. 2 attacks. Both miss. Shit. Yeah. Nothing. Got nothing.
Both miss. Okay. Anything else on your turn? There's 2 attacks, isn't it? So that's it.
Yeah, there's not really anything I can do.
Silaster.
Same. Just going to keep pummeling. 1 hit.
1 hit.
Oh, no, it does not. 16.
No, unfortunately not. No. It's sort of like just wisping about. Like it now seems to be a creature of opportunity. It's sort of like sneaking forward and like darting back and then howling forward with hundreds of screams once again, moving away from you and then striking back. Silaster. Will save, please.
$22.
What is it like as you resist this power?
He got floored. And as he gets back, he's been back in again. He's just slowly again following that path that he took through his village in his mind, slowly walking back towards that obelisk again.
Okay. You then take...
You still take.
And Bogram. Because it can target...
Really?
2 people. Boom.
Oh, it can just target anyone.
Yep.
Wow.
That is 25 points of psychic damage. As a wave of screaming energy just strikes into the pair of you.
Oh.
That's its turn. Bogram.
Ow is right. Well, I mean... Trick will do a 5-foot step. And, like... Look at Silaster, like... Eh? Holy water. Just requesting. But that's all he's going to do. I will do the same thing again. I'm going to move my spectral hand over here because it's in the way. I will do the same thing again. So it's going to be a will save DC 20.
Yeah. Still -6. 4 for the curse.
Yeah.
2 for the shade. 20. That's a fail.
No fucking way. Okay. You're not gonna like it. I have cast Command Undead. For 1 day per level. 1 day per level. He is now on our side.
Oh, word.
I have control over the undead creature. It can be commanded to do little bits. Well, assuming the creature is intelligent, which I imagine it is intelligent, it perceives your words and actions in the most favourable way. It will not attack you. You can try to give it orders, but you must win an opposed charisma check to convince it to do anything it ordinarily wouldn't do.
Okay. How'd you fancy your chances?
I mean, I
love it. So what is it like as you seize control of the caller in the darkness?
I think that I'd probably combine it with like a move forward at this point. He's feeling confident. He casts the spell and he just yelled, "Enough!" And he just casts a spell into this thing. And he says finally one of his spells in common. creature, you will hear my words and you will cease. And I just basically tell it to back down.
Okay, so are you saying then that every command you give, it gets a save to not do that?
Well, so it is friendly to me. It perceives your words and actions in the most favourable way. Treat its attitude as friendly. It will not attack you while the spell lasts. You can try to give it orders, but you will spend an opposed charisma check to convince it to do anything it wouldn't ordinarily do. So it depends on what it would ordinarily do. Like, so if I want to command it to attack somebody, would it ordinarily attack somebody? That's open to interpretation. I don't know. Probably it would, but it depends on who. If it's its friend, maybe
or not
it wouldn't
attack.
Well, it's friendly.
Well, it
To
says
you.
it won't try and attack you. It specifically says you. So you'll have to tell it not to attack your friends.
Right.
It will not attack you while the spell lasts. It ordinarily would attack anything else and try and bring it into itself. That's its literal main motivation, is to draw as many things into it as possible. So it will not attack you while the spell lasts.
Okay.
You can try and tell it not to attack your friends. But otherwise it will just attack anything else it wants to. So
it's not really commanded then.
Well, but it literally says in the description it will not attack you. It's very specific about that. So
yeah.
I don't know. Any act by you or your apparent allies that threatens the commanded undead, regardless of intelligence, breaks the spell. But that does imply that it might not go for your allies. I don't know, to be honest. I did not realise that was going to happen. So,
in a post charisma check to convince it to do anything it wouldn't ordinarily do, but it doesn't say about convincing it to not do things. It doesn't say anything about telling it to stop doing something. It just is about giving it orders to do things. So it's a bit. Yeah, I'll do charisma check. Go on then.
Okay.
If not, the fight continues, and
I hate to be pedantic about this, but like,
you guys.
It is. I think it is important because it is literally its sole motivation is to try and consume everything it sees. So I think it's that's a good roll.
So yeah, I'm going to tell it to be.
Is its curse affecting? Its curse is affecting its saves.
Yeah. Saves, ability checks.
Yeah, okay. So -4 to what it's got. I know the number. Do your worst.
21.
You are successful. What do you say to it?
I tell it we are its allies. We are your allies, and you fight alongside us.
We are one. Says 100 voices in your ear, Obsidian.
Oh.
Amazing, wicked, super. And it, yeah. Shall we go and clear out the rest of this dungeon, guys? If its sole purpose is to pull things into it, let's go and find Grin as quickly as possible.
Fuck you, Grin.
Oh, wow. I mean,
I think his horrible ogre face would fit perfectly in amongst all of those faces.
Okay, so what we're going to do... My. We're going to give you control of its movement. When it comes to acting as the creature, I will still take the...
Oh yeah, I don't want to know what its attacks are and stuff.
You never know when it might
too
not
complicated.
be your friend anymore. Exactly. So
yeah,
but
let's see.
That does concern me.
Absolutely, and it's getting itself.
I mean, the battle has just come to a very abrupt end, and the thing, wispy and pretty defeated in a number of ways, is now sort of appearing to recoalesce. Then, as Bogrum has made it his undead servant of screaming.
Finally being a necromancer.
I mean, it's a pretty great
so
outcome.
much.
We can't lie. That is pretty great for your abilities. So there we are.
Yeah,
You should now.
well, it's taken
have
almost
control.
every spell I've got.
Mate, like it was though it was rolling like a freaking demon, man. It just couldn't keep up with the negs, the stranger special. Finally caught up with it, and now the three of you just see this horror that sort of like begins to seep in and out of vision. This mist that appears to surround you. Many faces floating all about you and whispering and calling to you and singing to you. What do you do?
Stop that.
It doesn't stop.
That's a good idea.
You would go deeper into the darkness.
Silaster, I understand that this makes you very uncomfortable. But, you've been around necromancy for a decent amount of time now. Just consider this another bit of it, another bit of necromancy.
Are you sure you have the power to contain this?
Well, I'm sure that if you attack it again, it goes right back to attacking you. So, for 9 days, this thing is under my control.
So the best case
Not
scenario.
under my control, but it's our friend.
So the best case scenario, we lose control right at the funeral.
Oh. Well, yeah, so it would seem. But
Well, what we could do is just make it go outside.
Shh. Why would you say that right in front of it? It can hear you.
It doesn't. Right?
Private conversations. I think perhaps we can carry on into this dungeon and see what we can see.
Yeah.
The only issue I see is if we come across Derek Redhaven.
Oh, I sincerely doubt
Because
he's here.
he outlevels me somewhat, and I feel like he may be able to wrestle control back of this thing, and then we're all just dead.
I don't think he's in the city.
Yeah, last
I
time
hope
we saw
not.
he was in the Hollow Descent, which is some way away.
Okay, good. Yeah, do you want to carry on, guys? Do you want to go down this corridor?
Carefully.
It's
Very
no
good.
time for cheese.
So, you continue on your way, and as you move down the ever darkening tunnels, you are now accompanied by a flowing mist. It's like you've got your own personal dry ice machine now. The strangers move about in this strange ethereal mist with faces calling out into the darkness. You see animals and like rats and pestilence are fleeing from you as you make your way through the sewers. And eventually you come to the destination that old man Olam had told you about. For it simply must be. There is a passageway that leads down into what looks like the beginnings of an ancient chamber that is not of the sewer's design. There are strange markings upon the door that leads to this staircase, or rather archway. You can give me a knowledge religion check, and it's going to be a really easy one.
I don't have it.
25.
really
It's
easy.
just a straight. Oh, there's no point.
You're looking at this symbol, and it is clearly apparent as to what it is. Bogram, this is a symbol of the god Pelor.
Okay.
You can give me a history check, or you can each give me, if you don't have history, you can give me half your level because it would be a memory, but it was from ages ago and it was a clue and a mystery, so you'll have to get a good roll to see if you get it. So half your level rounded down, of course, because it's level 9.
Hey!
Perfect.
For a brief period of time, everything's coming up Bogram. Until I meet Grin, and he savages me in the first round again. We all know it's coming.
So you, did anyone get... No, obviously no one got higher than that. I mean, Ansel, this will probably come back to you in drips and drabs, but Bogram, you're pretty much on it, and it helps that you were actually there this very day. You were standing before the Temple of Pelor, and you have walked past it dozens of times in your way back and forth to the castle. There's been work being done in the temple district, renovations. Even the Sun Warden himself said that a great deal of effort was being made to build out a number of the temples in the district. And your local knowledge as well with that critical comes into effect as well. You know that Valdenor is built on top of many other generations of structures. This must be the original foundations of a Temple of Pelor from centuries ago.
It's been perverted.
Where better home for the Lightbreakers as you descend into the darkness.
Ooh.
Red.
Everything's just red. Oh, there we are. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. My computer's broken.
Okay,
I love
so,
that the caller in darkness is just around our feet. I've turned the entire rest of this dungeon crawl into an 80s music video.
So if you weren't there before, there we are. So this, you learn, is like an ancient temple of Pelor. There is sort of like a thick layer of dust, but beneath it you can see the glimmer of like a golden floor tarnished with age and darkness. There are 3 doors. There is one that leads directly ahead. There is one that leads to the left and one that leads to the right.
What are we feeling?
Interesting. Is there anything else in this room, or is it just odds and bobs?
Yeah, so as you can see, there's like some barrels and crates stacked against on top of each other. Obviously, this was once a place of worship, but now has seen the use for other purposes. But there doesn't appear to be the signs of any people. You can give me a survival check or a search check.
Might as well go with survival.
Ooh, 19.
8.
Yeah. Hang on.
That's good.
25.
Okay.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay, great. So, both Silaster, you see it first. Ansel, you kind of clock on as the search continues. You both see that there appears to be a number of footprints that lead through the murky dust. It isn't a particularly easy thing to spot. But yeah, there is obviously been activity here, and this door that you've come through is used not just by you.
And are the footprints going in all 3 different directions, or mainly one? Or...
Mainly directly ahead and directly to the right.
Maybe we should go left then.
That's video game logic right there, right? That way's the way, so I should explore that way first. Definitely. Yeah, I agree. I can't not agree. It's...
Okay. Well, you look down that way and you see what looks like a heavy oak door. Each of them are heavy. Sorry, no, incorrect. The one directly ahead is made of some kind of metal or other. The 2 on either side are made of oak, it seems.
Well, we can try the door then.
Try the door.
Go for the one on the left.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were hiding around the corner there for a second.
Oh, it opens.
It opens. You step out and you can't help but notice that the floor suddenly appears to vanish on great portions of this room. It just dips into the darkness to a distance that you can't make out with your vision. A ravine-like pit, and sort of like sporadically like wrapped around it is the remains of the rock. And there is sort of like a rudimentary pathway that leads to a doorway on the far side of the room.
Okay, this is a little side route we want to explore first. It looks like a very unpleasant one.
It does look like a very unpleasant one, to be honest
Well, if you'd like, I can go and check the other door first before...
Is the floor even sturdy? Can you stand on it? It's not going to fall or anything.
Well, how do you test that? That's the question.
Silaster will drop into his Dance of the Spider and start holding on to the wall as he then just...
What? Just where have you gone? I step out. I step to the doorway and just sort of lean out without stepping on the floor. What the hell?
Silaster is currently it looks like his hand has kind of gone into shadow, so you can't fully see his hand, but somehow he's holding on to the wall.
The caller in the darkness just appeared.
Yeah, I suddenly realised I brought him over because naturally I didn't prepare for him to be in this area.
No, of course not. He wasn't there.
So sorry, not to rob that moment. Yes, that is pretty cool that you begin. So you're climbing around the wall. Then is that right, Silaster?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pop over and see what's. Yeah, so I'm just holding on and I'm just moving.
Yeah, you managed to do
anime walk instead of anime run.
So as you're doing that, then you're sort of like crawling around the outskirts of the room, and it's as you get to there. I'd like you to stop, please. Back. I'd like you, please, to make a DC. No, I won't tell you. Sorry, I'd like you to make a spot check, please.
Make a DC.
Make a DC. 13.
You're crawling around, and as you're like moving around the wall, it defies your notice that as you're crawling around, that these walls appear to be like hold many different carvings, and some of those carvings appear to like have like an odd glimmer to them. They appear to they hold a light of their own, which gives light to this room. That light, however, underlights what you fail to see. As you reach that position, the gargoyle directly next to you springs to life past your nosing, which means it gets a full round of attack as we do the surprise round, and then we will ask for initiative, but we will do the surprise attack first. This thing just erupts into life. And unfortunately, because you're right next to it, it is a full round of attack, and let me tell you, a full round of attack from gargoyles
It's very bad news.
is bad news.
I got so wrapped up, I didn't heal. I got so wrapped up in the previous fight.
You didn't heal?
I got so concerned when you...
That was really dumb.
It was because
Why
I was
didn't
just-
you heal?
I got so distracted by
Okay.
you controlling it.
So first of all, what is you're flat-footed, so what is your flat-footed armor class, to get that out of the way?
Oh no! Oh, 16!
So the first one is a hit,
Oh no!
the second one is a hit,
Oh, this is the most dumb thing I've ever done.
2 claws, bam, bam, hit you, okay? Well, sorry, did you say 17?
No, 16.
16. Let me write that down. 16, sorry, I remember. So,
Oh
2
my
claws
no.
have just struck you, okay?
Oh no!
A bite has hit you. And the gore hits you as well, because it's landed all those attacks, it gets a gore on you in addition. Great tusks! It just slaps at you with these claws, like bites into you and then just gores you with these horns whilst you're holding onto the wall.
I was so distracted.
Okay, right, so damage time. So let's do the claws first.
Oh, shit.
Mate, I don't believe it.
If the-
Merciful,
Oh.
so 5 points of damage for the first claw.
Oh, we're doing the damage bit by bit. That's dangerous. It's no more dangerous. It just feels more dangerous. I don't know why.
And then that is 6 points of damage for the second claw.
Yep.
10 points of damage for the bite. Seven points of damage for the gore.
5, 6.
I hope
Fair,
you
mate.
made note of that, because I...
5, 6, 10, 7, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yes, 5, 6, 10, 7.
I think.
Yes, it was.
Okay, I need to just do a check because
That's
I
not
want
good.
to see. No. This it's not good.
It's really not good because I don't want to say it.
No. Can I just at least? I want to check if there was perchance had I taken a potion, I would have still been alive. This is okay.
What?
Why would you?
Ignore that. That was me. Just if I had taken a potion, I would be 0. I would be in minus, but I wouldn't be dead. However, I would have fallen off the cliff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that has taken me to minus 18. And even with the potion, that would have caused Silaster in negative numbers to drop.
Oh, because it's a maneuver, not a spell, right? You don't stick to the wall.
It's a stance.
You just let go and fall.
So, okay, I can take some solace in knowing even if I had healed, I probably still would have died. That's the only solace I can take from that.
So, this is what happens then. You just watch Silaster just go out into the void.
I'm just leaning out of the door, thinking he'll be fine. I've seen him do mad shit.
You look round the
all the
corner
time.
and you see him just running around the wall, and then this gargoyle just suddenly springs to life. The 2 claws just come out immediately and just skink and just cut you across the chest. You just are stood there like horrified, in surprise. Its bite comes in and it just tears out Silaster's throat. The snow elf is just hanging there by like an inch, and then the gore comes in. 2 sadistic, animalistic horns just bury themselves deep into Silaster's chest. What do you think of before I continue that description? What is your last thought, Silaster?
I don't think he would have had time to fully... What honestly was going through Silaster's head that whole time is he's just thinking, we can't trust that thing. It will be the end of us. And I think Silaster was so concerned about the miasma killing us, he just had lost his focus. And when he lost his focus, it happened so quick. It was a surprise round. But I think as he falls, there's just this realization as he's dying. Is this it?
Silaster...
It just sinks in. He's been dancing with death all of his life, and now it just happens. And he doesn't even have time to think of all the things he was taught. Remember the fires. Remember the ice. Remember the glaciers that you can burn upon pyres of this. None of it. The obelisk doesn't come to mind. Just an empty realization. Well, being a surprise round.
As mentioned earlier, the immensely powerful undead under Bogram Graves' control will act as it usually does. Join us.
Oh no,
Join
no!
us. Our call brings you home.
Fucking hell, man!
Now, I've just checked that ability, reaching out, the caller in the darkness, is trying to pull you in, Silaster. Bogram, I'd like you to make a religion or a level check, dependent on which is the best.
They are exactly the same, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. $22.
You watch Silaster die, and you know in your heart that he's gone. And you see exactly what has happened to others that have died around you whilst you've been in this city. Just...
Yeah.
The caller, it would seem, made its ploy, made its attempt, but sadly for it, its ability does not allow it to claim the kills of others.
He gets pulled into the fugue.
So instead, Silaster's just essence, it seems, just zoom, disappears, and you watch as the body of the snow elf tumbles into the darkness and is enveloped into nothingness. Roll initiative.
I mean, that makes sense. He's leaning out of the doorway, he's just seen this happen, and he's just like...
Ansel's not even looking. He's not even in the same room.
Yeah, mate. We're both of us are in... I think you hear it in Bogram, because Bogram lets out like a scream. Silaster! And just as he's falling, you see Bogram sort of lean out of the. In fact, we'll take a proper. He's sort of leaning on the thing, but we'll land on the floor and just sort of fall to his knees, trying to reach after him as he falls.
I mean, the only solace I can take is if I had still healed on those rolls.
You'd have still fallen.
Yeah, it would have been the same result.
Dude, I thought you had enough health because I remember Ansel healed you for nearly 20 and you got 24. I thought you had well over 40 health, but then I forgot we got hit one more, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We both got hit with a concussion.
I got so distracted by how that ended. I wasn't expecting it to end with you taking control, and Silaster got concerned about that, and he got distracted.
Need those initiative rolls, please. Sorry.
6 for
3.
Bogram and 3 for Ansel.
Okay.
We could all die here.
Well.
Don't even get my loot. Oh
no! The loot!
The greatest tragedy of all.
It's the worst
Hold on.
situation, mate. Do you know what really sucks? That I can't.
He has the bag of holding as well, doesn't he?
Yep.
I can't have your body.
I have the bag of
As
holding.
mentioned right at the start of the session, when you were like, "Look, I've still got the body in this bag of holding."
He did, yeah. I don't remember what was in the bag of holding, to be honest. But
It doesn't matter anymore.
We've lost quite a lot. I don't get to bring you back as a zombie. Damn it!
You've lost everything. You've lost everything.
Oh, man.
Sorry,
Right,
who was
it
typing?
looks like we're going
Bogram and
spelunking.
Ansel?
Initiative 3.
And Bogram
6
got
for me.
6.
Yes. Ansel, are you up for some spelunking?
I can't climb, mate. Can a little
We
bit.
need to go and get some rope, climbing gear.
That's some way to bring the body up.
Well,
This
I mean, it's
one-
quite a decent hoard of treasure down there now, isn't it, for future...
It's going to swoop down and it's immediately going to try and just grab hold of you.
Oh, Redium thinks it's his fault.
What is your touch armor class, please, Bogram?
My touch armor class is 11.
That is a hit. It did actually. It does provoke an attack of opportunity. So sorry. Do you want to take the attack of opportunity against it?
I don't know if I can actually take attacks of opportunity. My standard touch attack
It's just a
is
punch.
my attack.
It would be
Yeah,
just
I
a
can't-
normal unarmed attack. So
No.
okay.
No.
Can you give me an opposed grapple check, please? So just give me a grapple roll, please.
I mean, probably not. 10.
It seizes you, and it looks like, as it grabs you in its stony, like I should explain, these gothic, creations, great stone wings bear it aloft, and it just zooms towards you, this gothic face that is you've just seen kill your comrade covered in the snow elf's blood, descends upon you and grabs hold of you, and it looks like it's going to do exactly to you what it just did to Silaster, but that is its turn. The other
It
one,
wants to drop me down the hole.
it looks like it, yeah. I mean, it could easily, do whatever it wants if it wins the grapple against you. So we will find out. This one
Always going to win a grapple.
is going to 5, 10, 15, 20...
At least they don't have nets.
It's going to move there. At least they don't have nets. This one moves there, but it actually...
Got hands, I think they're pretty good.
hang on. Can just reach you and attack once. So just goes for you, and it's because you're grappled, he's going to get a bonus to his attack. Because
It's
or is it your
flat-footed, isn't it?
flat-footed? Oh, yeah, so it is.
I think it's flat-footed.
What is your
It's
flat-footed
14.
armor? That is a hit.
14.
He goes in with a deadly claw for 5 points of slashing and damage.
Lovely, I can take off most of that.
I'm afraid they're all going first, because your initiatives were pretty shocking.
That's absolutely fine. Not a problem. Bring them in.
This one moves in for the flank. And gets another attack against your flat-footed armor class.
14.
Also a hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the flanking bonus as well.
8 points of slashing damage.
Cool.
And let's see. That was 1, 2, 3.
I just want to see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Flat-footed is 17, right? Did you say? I keep forgetting every time I ask you.
14.
I got it wrong. Anyway.
17. I wish that's higher than my normal armor class.
And that is also a hit. So another claw comes in for 6 points of slashing damage. Bogram, it is now your turn.
Excellent. And they're all surrounding me, yes?
Correct.
Lovely. 5, 7. Okay. I think this moment he's been grappled and he's kind of in a thing, but he's not really fighting the grapple too much. He's letting that happen because he knew that it would draw them all in. And under the mask, he's got tears running down his face. And he grits his teeth. And without letting out a whimper, he just shuts his eyes and builds up this power and releases a negative energy burst. Can they all do a will DC 20 for half damage?
Whoa. They'll attempt it. Will
DC 20.
Okay, 1 and 2. 1 will be the one that's grappling you. Those both fail. And then the other 2. My rolling has gone to pants now. Great, that is all failures, unfortunately, for them.
They will all take 17 points of damage.
Oh, all the ones?
Yeah, look at all the ones,
Oh, my
man.
word.
Look at all the ones. That's appalling.
As that happens, anything else? As your power rips through them, they give like hollow, rasping, stone-like shrieks.
Let's have Trick come in. Because I'm surrounded, I think he'll come in and try and help. Because it's a bit of a desperate situation. They're about to drop me down a hole.
What about your new ally?
Trick will attempt to sting this one that's got me in a grapple. So move through my space into that square.
Okay.
And we'll attack this one. I don't know whether they're... whatever with poison and stuff, because it's largely poison-based, but it can do some damage, so we'll give it a go.
Okay.
If he's grappling me, he's flat-footed as well, right? Because he's in a grapple.
Yeah, for sure.
So... It's a 1.
Not good enough, unfortunately.
Possibly a fumble.
Possibly a fumble.
Oh my word! Here comes
Not
the
on
table.
the table.
Here's
He
the
could
table.
fumble on you.
It's a 19.
No. That is just a miss.
Okay, thank God, because he very nearly maybe stung me. Little shit. And yeah, I mean, these gargoyles, I guess they look sort of stony, but they're living creatures, so I'll just call for the caller in the darkness to just take them.
Wow. Okay. So on its turn, it will move then.
These are your prize.
Jump between tables now. Let's see. Okay, so it can easily make it to them. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21. Okay.
I was going to say, actually, I can move it, but I don't know how far it can move.
Yeah, so it has a fly speed of 60 feet.
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it can, and it's incorporeal. Oh,
Yeah, it can shoot through
It,
there.
it barely fits through the hole.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to. It will just
fit.
zip through it regardless. Ansel, you're hearing this screaming, and you hear like scuffling attacks. You hear Bogram's like blast go off, and then the core in the darkness zooms down the corridor, screeching as it goes. And this one that's holding you, Bogram, needs to make a will save, which it fails. So that'll act on its turn. Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain isn't working right now. Like, there's too much going on. I just can't believe this has happened. That is your turn, Bogram. Ansel.
So turning and seeing Bogram in trouble, Ansel will send the shade to here to threaten the two around the corner, and then I can't really attack anything from here, can I?
You can attack from there.
I'll move slightly closer at least. Well, can I attack into a grapple with a ranged attack?
You can.
Why do you say it like that?
Yeah, so our rule is that if you miss, then it's going to be a chance. If you miss the attack, there's a chance that you will hit Bogram instead.
I have absolute faith in you. Do it.
Okay. Although he's about to be affected by whatever the creature can do.
You note that this one does seem kind of like, if it's been hit by something, you don't know what, but it appears to have been badly affected by something that will happen later.
Yeah, I'll probably leave that one alone then. I can't see that one or that one, can I? Really? Around the corners.
No, you can't see them, but I'll say that you can view
So
the
it's
others.
that one.
Yeah, you can target him.
Yeah, I'll hit it with an Eldritch Sickening Blast.
Okay.
In that case, 21 on its touch.
21 is a hit on its touch.
So it takes 13 points of magical damage, and if it's capable of being sickened, it'll need to do a Fortitude save.
It will do so.
DC 19, or that's minus. No, it's not -2.
That is a failure.
It's sickened.
I need to just double check something. Bear with me. Okay. Yeah, the blast slams into it. Appears to be sickened. While these creatures appear to be made of stone, they're actually monstrous creatures that just look like their namesake of the gargoyle. Anything else on your turn?
No, that'll do me for now.
We're back to the top of the round, and it is the gargoyle's turn. And Bogram, your blast goes off, and then you see the core of the darkness just screech past you, and then the thing with you in its midst just drops. It does 29 points of damage to itself as Death Urge grips its mind.
Oh, is that what it was trying to do to me earlier?
All of you at one point. It gave you all a turn with Death Urge, but you all resisted. It basically just goes full round of attack on itself. And because you've just seen the full round of attack, effectively you see it ripping itself to shreds, and Bogram, it ends its turn by ripping its own wings off its back before hurling itself into the darkness. You have to make every attempt you can to just try and kill yourself if that effect works. And it's horrible. Trigger warning. I'm so sorry if that's painful to hear, but yeah, that's the effect of that power in that monster's stat block.
Oh my god!
Dreadful, just dreadful. It hurls itself into darkness and disappears.
I was going to say maybe a bit of a trigger warning in the description.
Yes,
we
maybe.
put that on YouTube.
But regardless,
that's awful.
Yeah.
Wow.
I put viewer discretion as advised on this episode, so it is there. Anyway, that was its turn. The one that is next to it, however, it can now do a full round of attacks on you,
Yes.
Bogrim. In fact, both of them can, so they're gonna. Oh my god.
Full round of attack on me. Oh, well, there's 3 of them, isn't there? All 3 of them.
Yeah, all 3. Oh my god.
One of them is sickened, remember, so he's at -2 to attacks.
Yeah, I'll do him last.
Hey,
oh my
you
god.
know, I mean, I was sort of, yeah. We were all caught a bit unawares by this. I wasn't expecting them
if
to
you
be
die,
all on me, because I wasn't
if
expecting
you
them
die,
to be all on you.
The caller returns. Don't die.
That's true. If I die, Ansel, you gotta run.
I gotta run.
Arse off.
Don't die.
We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I was, you know.
So this is now just your normal AC, but it's got a flanking bonus against you. What's your normal AC, Bogrim?
Oh, 15.
That's a hit.
It's not good. It's not good at all, my AC.
Okay, it's easy if I just do damage like that. So 2 claws. So this is slashing, Bogrim.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm going to take off. Just tell me the number of attacks.
8 points
and the
of
damage
damage for
total.
the first, 7 points of slashing for the second.
Right, so 4 points, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, so then 3 points, so 4, 5, 6, 7 points altogether.
Bite comes in. That is a 15, which doesn't actually hit your armor class. But it's a full round of attack, so it will just try and gore you as well. Or did it need to hit all of you to do that? Let me just double check.
I don't think.
It can just do it, can't it? It doesn't.
I
need
think
to,
they
it's
can
not
just
like
do it, yeah. Just an attack.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's not like
Rend.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's
thinking.
gore is
Yeah,
a.
gore's just
Yeah.
hitting you with a horn. And the horns come in. Oh my word!
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Confirm it.
Oh no! No, I was like, this is fine with my damage reduction. I'm all good. I'm not going to die. Oh no!
That is a miss. So it's just a hit. Oh my god! So the gore. Let me do the gore.
Sweet Jesus!
9 points of piercing damage.
So 5 then.
Now the other one gets a full round of attacks. This is insane.
Okay. No, we're all right at the minute.
Oh, how the... I did not think this would be the one. That is 15, so that is a miss for the first claw. Second claw is a hit that does 6 points of slashing. Bite
So 2.
is also a hit. 6 points of piercing.
So another 2.
Gore. 2 on the die, that's a miss. Oh my god. Yeah, they're just ravaging you. As you're just standing in the doorway, these gargoyles are just swarming you, Bogrim.
All good.
The last one will strike. This one is at -2, thankfully, to Ansel's sickening power. Possibly a critical.
God damn it. Yeah.
-2 to confirm. That is a critical.
Next level, I start getting critical resistance, so fortification. But that doesn't help me now.
whilst
That doesn't help me now.
We'll resolve that
I'll-
now. We'll resolve that now.
May I roll the D100?
Let me have the table in front
Well,
of you first.
no, you roll it, but you roll it publicly. That's what we said.
Yeah. Let me have the table
Whether it was
open.
in the thing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, right, it's here. I've got it now. There we go. Sorry, that took ages to bring up. Okay, critical. So this is a D100. Roll publicly. The bonds of fate activate. At
They've
the
not
bottom
worked for
of
us
the
yet.
pit, which means
No,
it
they've
can't
not
ever
been
be
helpful
turned
to us.
off
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Fuck.
unless
Unless you
retrieved.
get-
Which God knows how
Spelunking.
you're going to retrieve that. You don't know if there's a way down there.
Spelunking. We don't. Spelunking. I'm telling you now.
GM screen dice.
I've got a ring of feather fall on, so I'm just going to jump, and then I'm going to find out how to get back out.
That's a different problem.
Getting down there isn't a problem.
Are you ready? D100 roll. Here he comes. 49. Which means critical multiplier +1. So it criticals extra
So it's
hard.
the normal
against you.
crit,
So
and
good
then
old
an extra dice.
extra damage on one of the
Times
core
3,
attacks.
times
So
4.
times-
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's not. So it's now times 3.
I think they normally
Yeah.
they do ×2, so it'll be ×3.
Correct.
Okay,
So
and
let's do
I'm
the
only
claws,
taking
then.
one lot of damage reduction off it.
Yeah, so this is the first of all, just the normal claw attack. Does 5 points of slashing.
Oh, is this isn't the critical?
No, I'm now going to do the critical now because it's a different
Okay,
hit.
so 5. So I only take 1 point of
That's
damage
fine.
from that.
I'm doing all the attacks separately, so you're knowing for your damage reduction. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
so here comes. Oh my god.
The gnarly extra
Hey.
damage crit.
16 points of slashing damage for the second claw.
So 12.
Is that even right? Yeah, it is. 16. Fucking hell.
Oh, hang on. Is that everything? Or is
No.
there another attack?
No, there's more.
Okay.
But the bite. He's at -2. That is a miss. Last one, the gore.
I have to go off camera, but I'm still listening just because the wife wants to. Yeah.
That.
I really don't like that face, Rob. Is that another?
That's -2. That literally hits 15. It was gonna be a 17, but the -2 makes it a 15. You're fine. That last one misses you. I don't like not being able to see you. Are you alive?
I am alive. I am alive. I am. I'm back now. She just wanted to walk behind the camera. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm barely alive.
These gargoyles just come down and just eviscerate you. They're just claws just lashing, biting, goring into you. Ansel, you're watching in front of you. Obsidian is just in the doorway, and you just see teeth and wings
Just-
and claws. Bam, bam, bam.
Just blood. He is absolutely mauled. I have 2 hit points. I have 2 hit points left.
Sure.
We are
You think?
now onto Bogram's turn. You're standing there. Blood is just pouring from you.
The shade. Can the shade be killed?
Nope.
Good. I go Super Saiyan. Once again, can the 3 remaining ones do a DC 20 for half damage, please? Will.
And does Sikander affect saves, am I right, Ansel?
Yeah.
Right, so that's
And
even
so
separately.
does the so does the shade.
Because he's
They're
so
all at
all
-2.
of them are on -2. Fantastic, that's really easy. Thanks for that excellent positioning, as ever, from the shade. What was the DC, sorry?
20.
That is 3 failures. 3 of them failed.
Beautiful. As I let out one big old blast of negative energy, let's fuck off those ones. Bit better. 21 points of damage. bursts from me as I withdraw, which I think I can freely move through my teammates' squares, or I should be able to. Oh, crap. No, I can't do that.
Can't.
They're going to get attacks of opportunity.
Yep. If you do that, yeah.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah. You,
I'm not...
blast.
I mean, I've done it now.
There is a blast of power, yeah, and you've done it, so you're going to
that was
move. Is that what you said?
Really stupid. That was so stupid.
You don't have to have moved.
Stupid.
You can have just held your ground.
No, it's the blast initially that was the stupid thing, so I could just withdraw and it wouldn't be an issue. But I've done it now.
There is something that might help make you make the decision.
I'm going to, instead of moving, because I'm pretty sure if I move, they're going to do more than 2 hit points of damage if they land a single hit. And other people are going to go before, so I'm hoping that they might be killed if the Caller in the Darkness can save me. So instead I will activate my Fear Aura as a free action. Can they do a DC 20 will save?
They cannot, as all 3 of them are eviscerated by the initial blast.
Oh, well.
You bastard! Why did you wait so long?
And it's that moment in your mind, Boggrum, where it's fight or fright, and you decide to hold your ground, and it's then that the rain begins to fall, and pieces of stone, like gargoyle, tumbles over the edge, and as they fall, they slow down, and their essence is zoom, 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 whipped into the air. Vroom, gone.
Yeah. There's that blast comes out of Boggrum, and as it does, he just and just sort of falls to his knees and slumps back against the wall, just completely like 2 hit points. And having just seen what he's seen, I think he just grabs the mask and the hat, just pulls them off, chucks them on the floor next to him.
I think Ansel and the Shade will just flank Boggrum, facing opposite directions, claws out, full guard mode, to defend him against anything that might, seeing what state he's in.
And there, in the darkness, within the ruins of Pelor, that is where we will leave our session tonight.
Well.
So, that was unexpected. First of all, it was unexpected that you went into the fight with the Caller in the Darkness and he couldn't really do anything against you. The only thing he really managed to do was when you physically weren't able to save, because his psionic abilities allow him every now and then to just concussive blast you, and you don't get a save. He just goes, 2 of you, you get this damage. Enjoy.
We did get quite lucky with the saves, though.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
We
big
rolled
time.
well on all of our saves.
Every
We'd have rolled
save
some
you
dodgy saves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dice.
There's the ambulance to come pick up Silas. Yeah. You can turn the sirens off, lads. You can turn the sirens off. Not necessary.
Too late.
It's cold. He's gone.
Yeah, so that was unexpected. The battle went incredibly. I don't think it could have gone any better for you against the Caller in the Darkness. It is a beastie boy. I have obviously used the rules to enhance its psionics and its various abilities, which I enjoyed doing very much. But even then, it wasn't enough to defeat the strangers. However, what was almost enough to defeat the strangers and immediately fell one of them was a gargoyle just standing there in wait, As you may remember, I'm sure all of us have used gargoyles in our games in the past. Freeze is a gargoyle ability. DC 20 spot check to notice if the gargoyle is really alive. So Silaster had no clue what he was walking into at all. No warning, and then bam. And that is the gargoyle's trap.
They are tough creatures. Yeah, I have used them before, and they are gnarly. So
Yeah.
yeah, man, they're.
At least he didn't suffer for long.
No, well, that's something that we're going to have to. Yeah, oh my god, that's something we're going to have to live with. Sadly,
I mean, we both nearly went down because of bad choices there, because neither of us healed. I'm only on 2 hit points because I didn't heal in between those fights either. So
I think, yeah, we've thrown out of routine. Like, we beat the monster. Monster's done. Next, we just went, monster's captured?
Yeah.
Thrown off?
I think we're also used to the big monster being the last thing, and the big monster was the first thing, so it's kind of the reverse of...
Yeah.
Well, Silaster got lax, and that was his undoing.
For such a professional, it's ironic.
He went so matter of fact.
I was like, what's he doing? Like, he's just wandering off into the dark on his own.
Well, he saw the pathway and thought he's going to take what he thought was the safer route to get to the door to investigate. Because he was like, I know, I don't need to walk on the dangerous path. I can just take
the perfect sense to me. I thought you'd bypass the room a little bit in case of traps.
Well, I did think a trap was going to go out, and I was like, I'm quite dexterous.
Yeah.
But didn't expect the gargoyle. And
the gargoyle, my god. We'll wrap up the stream as we often do, and I know we are sort of pretty much just discussing it already. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a few conversations regarding this, I think. But let's have our usual thought of the day as we conclude the session. Let's start with you, Dom. What's the input from Ansel? What are your last thoughts at the end of the session?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear what's happened, isn't it? I don't think he's under any illusion as to what's happened to Silaster. And I think pretty much his only concern for the next little while is getting Bogram out alive. Yeah.
Yep, that's a fair point and some good thoughts. Matt, thoughts at the end of the session?
Just, oh god. I was not expecting that at all. Was quite pleased because I thought, a necromancer coming up against a creature that was just a bit beyond him with necromancy, and I was like, come on, and he had to work. He had to put the work in to try and actually pull off the control that he did. But I was feeling, very happy that had gone down. And I had no worries about Silaster because, as I said, I'd forgotten that we'd both taken that hit after it came to again. So I thought he had over 40 health from healing, and then suddenly presented with that horrific moment. Just that moment.
It was a moment.
Yeah, but I think there's too much on Silaster to leave behind, actually, because it's kind of all of our goods. Yeah. The treasures and things that we need. I mean, they've been part of the game, so I think we're going to have to send Trick down, treasures, maybe.
They're relics.
Yeah.
Some of them.
You've got relics down there.
I think Trick may have to go down there and see where the bottom is, because he can fly, and let us know, and then we'll see if it's even possible. But yeah. But he's mortified. He's absolutely heartbroken because he was fond of Silaster. Silaster was helping his son, and he was a stoic sort, but he was fond of him.
And then we move to the honored dead. a fallen friend. What are your thoughts at the end of the session, Michael, as Silasta falls into the darkness?
I think Silasta was a character that, okay, charismatically awful, but that was kind of also part of the charm. I thoroughly enjoyed the character, the class. I would happily play another one. And
does he have a twin brother?
Dilaster.
Ooh.
I think there's a lot to his character that obviously would love to play out more and see, but I think one thing that we said at the start of this campaign, I don't want to make... I appreciate he's gone. Put it that way. I would love to have seen, playing off that contract. I had so many ideas in my head for, doing that contract. And, I had a plan that he was going to randomly attack Werner in kind of like a surprise training session, which would have been hilarious. But
I'll do it on your behalf. I'll do it anytime. I'll just get some undead to randomly attack my son.
I did have the idea that I wanted to just...
Well, hang on a second, because there are a few things that we might be able to incorporate even though he's gone, so don't play all of your hands just yet. We have to accept he's gone, but there's no sense in us using stuff that we might be able to use later on.
Yes. I mean, I don't think there's any more I can say, which is, it's gutting.
Yeah,
because that was
really
a genuine
is.
mistake.
Yeah.
And a complete slip of character for him, which...
It's one of those where I'm just absolutely mortified, and it was just the worst situation. You caught flat-footed, you're right next to it, so it does full rounds of attack, and its full round of attacks are nasty. I
was half expecting a trap, like a dart or something, but not a full round of attacks.
Yeah.
But...
Let me just conclude by saying that it is always it's the pleasure for playing this game, isn't it? That's why we roll the dice. It's for us to be surprised. As nauseated and horrified as I was when I realised that Matt had taken control of one of the most powerful undead we've come across in this level of the game, but at the same time, like, immediately I understand, well, listen, this is the beauty of the game. Now that has added like a layer of tension going forward. Now this terrifying undead is with Matt's character, which I don't mind admitting, at first I was like, holy fuck, what am I going to do with this? He's just going to paste everything he comes across, and yet the first thing that happens is this, and that's why we play this game, the unexpected. Thank you for being a really good sport about it, man. It can't be easy. I know I find it difficult when my characters are slain.
It is. I mean, one thing that... do we do this on or off stream in terms of rolling stats? Because I'd quite like to get it...
We'll do this off.
I want to get it done early so I can then
talk about.
Yeah.
In that case, then I think we'll call it there because we have some extra stuff to do. Then, in that case, before we conclude this evening, but that will conclude the stream. So, for those of you watching live and after the fact, as ever, thank you ever so much for dropping by. Always really appreciated for those who are watching live and watching.
And Redium.
Shout out to Redium. Thanks ever so much for dropping by. If you like this video, give it a like. If you'd like to see more like it, give us a subscribe. And as ever, as we always say, roll them bones. Rest in peace. Silasta.
Rest in peace.
Oh, God.